So the recording is starting, and now I have to give the introductory words to our good friends, Embassy of Canada to Latvia, and the Councillor Jevon Nicolas. He's also here with us, and for a second will be able to greet us here. So please welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Canasta, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. My name is Jevon Nicolas. I'm the new counselor here at the Embassy of Canada to Latvia. I've only been here a couple of months, and so, of course, in the COVID time, I'm not really able to meet anyone, but it's a pleasure for me at least to connect with all of you here in a virtual space. And I'm really happy to see this event happening, to see this training taking place with the full cooperation of White Ribbon Canada. And I'm really encouraged to see the number of participants that we have here. This is an important topic and one that Canada has really taken to heart for many years. Gender-based violence is something that afflicts all countries, unfortunately, around the world, and Canada is certainly no exception. In the month of December just passed, we have a very tragic anniversary that we mark each year on December 6th, which is called the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, because it commemorates a very tragic event that happened when there was a massacre of university students, all women. And unfortunately, they were slain because they were women. And that event had a real traumatic effect on the country, and it really mobilized a groundswell of new efforts to address this problem, which has not completely gone away in Canada and certainly not anywhere else in the world. But it has mobilized us in terms of the efforts that we try to do to work with partners worldwide on all continents in order to change behaviors and address the issue at its causes. And much of that involves changing the attitudes and the behaviors of men and the concepts of manhood that may be negative or outdated. And so I'm really encouraged by this new training that you put together under the initiative Forum Celeus. I really congratulate. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm still learning Latvian words, of course. But I do want to congratulate the Marta Center and working with White Ribbon Canada in putting this together. It's a privilege for Canada to support this because this initiative really goes to some of the root causes of gender-based violence. And we hope that as participants, that you in turn will be able to speak to others, and so that the effects of this training get multiplied. And really that's what it's about, in order for men to speak to other men and to pass it on to friends and pass it on through generations, that some of the concepts we have about manhood that have been with us for too long need to change, so that we can really have a society based on gender equality. And again, this is something that we're all aspiring to worldwide. So I wish I could actually stay with you for this training, but unfortunately I have to actually go to another Zoom conference that I'm participating on, dealing with the situation next door in Belarus. And of course, we have seen a lot of state-sanctioned violence there. Again, and women have been bearing much of the brunt there. So everywhere that, this is the reality of the world that we are in now. But I'm so encouraged to see that so many of you are willing to take steps in order to improve this reality here in Latvia and in our own domestic forums. So I wish you a successful event. My colleague Datse is staying with you for all of the training, and I look forward to hearing how it goes. And I do hope that in future occasions I'll be able to observe. I will watch the recording, and I hope that all of you have a very successful event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jevon, and I hope you will have a fruitful meeting with the Belarus issues as well. And thank you for the introduction. And we hope to take over the good experience that you have had in Canada, and also in some years we might be able to say that, oh, we have our own White Ribbon here working as well. So thank you. And now we will move to Humberto. He is executive director in White Ribbon Canada. and he will be the one who will be mostly leading the training. I will just assist sometimes with technicalities. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madar, and my gratitude to the Marta Center and to the Canadian Embassy for your support and for organizing this session. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you and to engage in these few hours of really important discussion and learning and exchange around the role of men in promoting gender equality, in ending gender-based violence, and in promoting healthy masculinities. So we have a really good agenda for you over the next couple of days. And I really look forward to your contributions, to your questions and your comments. I know we are in a bit of a strange time where we, instead of being together and having this session in person, we're doing it virtually, but we'll do our best. I do have some interactive tools that we'll be putting to use. We'll be breaking you up into smaller groups to have some more dedicated discussions. So I hope you will enjoy, and again, I look forward to your questions anytime you want to contribute. Please do raise your hand and I'll try to call on you to share your questions or your comments, and at points during the presentation, during the session, I will be asking for your contributions as well. So I hope you'll feel comfortable sharing. No question is a bad question, no comment is a bad comment. We're here to learn and to exchange, and so I very much welcome your participation. I'm going to start sharing my screen because I'll be taking you through a little bit of a curriculum. And like I said, it will be interactive and engaging. And soon I'll be breaking you up into small groups already to start the conversation. So I do welcome your turning on of your camera if you're comfortable. And don't worry how you look, and we'll just all get along. You'll be just fine, okay? If you can, especially when you are in small groups, it'll be good probably for you to meet each other and to then turn on your video for sure. So let me share my screen now so we can get this started. Just make sure that this is going to work.
We are seeing the notes version. Yep.
Okay, so some of you may notice that there is an additional screen called White Ribbon. That's me as well. It's a technical screen, so I can see what's actually being shown to you on your screens. Okay, so that is not a strange person. That's just another screen that I have here at my desk. Okay, great. So this training is being delivered over 2 days, 2 half days, so 3 hours today and 3 hours tomorrow. And I hope that you're able to participate tomorrow as well. And so today we're going to go through a little bit of an introduction about White Ribbon, its origins, and Councillor Javon has already alluded to some of that. Of course, White Ribbon has its roots in the December 6, 1989 Montreal Massacre. So I'll be sharing a little bit more about how the organization was created and why this work with men and boys started in Canada. We'll be going over gender-based violence, the different forms of gender-based violence and how they manifest themselves. And then we're going to go deep into men and masculinities and go into the issues surrounding masculinities and their relations to gender equality, to gender-based violence, its implications, and some of the benefits of many of the benefits of healthy masculinities. And then on the second day, tomorrow, we'll be going into bystander intervention, what it is, what it looks like, the do's and don'ts of effective bystander intervention. We'll be talking about specific roles that men can play in the home, in the community, in schools, in the workplaces, in institutions. And then we're going to discuss allyship and accountability, what it looks like, what you can do to be an ally, and also the ways in which you can be accountable in your everyday life, in your different spheres of influence. And then we're going to end with next steps. Where do we go from here? What are some of the practical things that you can do moving forwards individually, collaboratively, as a group, and in partnership, in collaboration, in support of Marta Center. Okay, so that's the agenda so far. We always find that when we talk about gender-based violence, gender inequality, when we talk about harmful aspects of masculinity, that this discussion can be very triggering. It can raise or bring up memories or experiences of the past or even the present that may be painful for people to go through. So I would like to first start by saying that this is a safe space, that you're welcome to talk about your personal experiences or your observations. When we talk about promoting gender equality and allyship, we find that it's best, in particular when we're talking with men, it's best that we talk from a personal point of view as much as possible, because a lot of this work is also about being vulnerable and expressing vulnerability and breaking that mold that men can't feel emotions and express emotions. So we're going to do that here. We're going to, as much as possible, speak from the heart, speak from our own experiences, talk about how we feel about this, because so much of it is connected to our own personal lives and the lives of our loved ones, our family members, of our friends, our community members, our co-workers, of everyone in society. So we're going to make this personal as well. So in order for us to do that, we want to create a space that's respectful, that's compassionate, that we listen to one another with empathy, without judgment, that we accept where we're all coming from. Some of us may be experts in some of these subjects. Some of us may be learning about it for the first time, and that's okay. We're going to respect where everybody is at, and we're going to share in the spirit of learning and growing and seeing how we can all make a difference. So it's important that that we do that, and that we make it comfortable and safe for ourselves and for others. So the usual ground rules apply to this, respect, listening, participating, engaging. As much as possible, ask questions, share your thoughts, um, and allow others to do the same. We want to have these conversations in a way that is empowering, that's not oppressive. So we will refrain from any discriminatory, judgmental, oppressive, racist, homophobic kind of practice. And so hopefully that will help us all participate in meaningful ways. And feel free to write in the chat box any other rules that you like. Sometimes people ask for confidentiality as well. So what's shared here stays here. But remember that also this is being recorded, and that other individuals may then hear you or hear about your experience. Nonetheless, I still encourage you to do that in a way that makes sense for you, and knowing that the recording will be available only for other individuals who may want to join you in the future and do this work together with you. So if you'd like, please do enter some other rules or ground rules or things that you'd like to see to help you participate meaningfully in this session. And as a facilitator, my rules are the same. If the biggest one when it comes to delivering sessions over Zoom is to make sure your microphones are on off or mute, so that it minimizes background noise. And then when I ask for participation, do come forward and ask a question and share your thoughts. And if you do want to at some point do that without me asking for your participation, just raise your hand in the in the feature in Zoom, and I will try to look for it, and I'll ask Madara as well to keep an eye and let me know and interject if you see any hands raised. Okay. So a little bit about myself. I am the Executive Director of White Ribbon Canada. I'm based just outside of Toronto in Canada. It's a very snowy day. We had quite a bit of snow yesterday, and so today everything is covered in white. We are in the midst of our winter right now, and but our winter has been very mild, so it hasn't been too bad. I also co-chair the Global Men Engage Alliance, which is a network of about 600 to 700 community-based organizations and institutions from around the world that are working together to promote gender equality, to end gender-based violence, and to promote healthy masculinities. So know that by going through this session and by working together and supporting Martha Center, you are part of a wider global community of individuals and organizations who have a growing interest in engaging men and boys in gender equality, in working with men as allies in solidarity with the women's movement, the diverse social justice movements, to promote gender equality, to promote social justice locally and globally. I'm also a member of the Sexual Misconduct Advisory Council for the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces. So one of my areas of interest is in addressing sexual violence and sexual harassment, in particular in male-oriented and male-dominated sectors and workplaces, and that includes not just the military but also sports. Construction, extractive sectors, and many other types of workplaces of similar nature. I'm also a father of 3 sons. So as I mentioned earlier, this work is needs to be personal as well. So as a dad, I am very interested in helping to raise the next generation that is gender equitable, that practices healthy relationships, that respects women, that engages and supports and promotes and empathizes with social justice for all. And I want my kids to grow up in a world where all genders are equal, where there is no violence towards women or LGBTQ community members or racialized communities. So I want to do my part, and I want to work with dads and all men really to do their part as well, so that we can have a different future and a different present than what we have so far. So now I want to know a little bit about you, and I'm going to give you a chance to share a little bit about yourselves. And we're going to split you up into small groups. So let's see, we have about 17 participants or so. So let's split you up into groups of 3. And in your small groups, just introduce yourselves, who you are, what you do, where you're located perhaps. And then why are you interested in being an ally? What interests you about this work, about the idea of men working together to promote gender equality, healthy relationships, and healthy masculinities? And also think about what opportunities exist for allyship in your personal and professional life. So 3 things: introduce yourself, why this is important to you, and what you think you can do to make a difference in your personal and professional life. Okay, so let's do this for 10 minutes and take 3 minutes each. Okay, and then when we come back, I'm going to ask some of you to share some of what was discussed in your small groups. Great. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed getting to know each other a little bit more. And do some of you want to share what was discussed in your groups? Perhaps some of the ideas as to what can be done in your areas of influence, perhaps? Who would like to share? Just a couple of shares before we move on to the rest of the presentation. Don't be shy now. Just raise your hand if you'd like to share. Okay, Dase, go ahead.
Yes, if I may, I'll be happy to be the first one because I have this first positive kickoff of the training already, and I'm happy to share it because in my group, I met two wonderful gentlemen and they both impressed me a lot. One of them, Gabriel's, he's representing youth and it's his own initiative to work on this topic and to contribute to this. And I'm always happy to see when it's people of younger age already working with not easy and very important initiatives. So I'm very happy to see that, and I wish lots of success to Gabriel's with that. And I'm also very excited to hear Ilya's story because he is already both wearing the white ribbon sign. He has a great experience already with both as an educator and also he used to be a policeman. So I believe it reveals a totally different perspective of reality and the situation out there. And I'm happy to see the enthusiasm and this goodwill and initiative within those experiences of these two gentlemen. And I'm just happy to join them and see and learn because I was quite fortunate not to experience this in my private life or around myself. But since I've joined the Embassy of Canada, and I'm truly proud to work for this country, I'm happy that we can contribute to this, and I'm definitely willing to learn how to do it as good as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Looks like you had a great conversation. Thank you for sharing. Who else would like to share from their group? One more. Don't be shy.
Well, yeah, I can share. So in my group, we had two people from an academic background, and we talked about how important it is in well, kind of both working with students and also simply seeing essentially kind of not really gender violence, but more like these kind of remarks and this kind of attitude that's sometimes leaning towards women in this academic settings, because it exists not only among students, also amongst teachers, lecturers in Latvia. Now and then you can see these things, and it's quite relevant in the academic environment, because essentially we are giving the example how to behave, how to treat these issues. Very often in Latvia, especially among an older generation, kind of post-Soviet teachers, lecturers, that's a quite problematic attitude towards these issues. But again, there are changes in Latvia, and hopefully we're going to be part of these changes.
Thank you very much, Martins, and I'm glad to see some educators here and folks involved in the education system, because that is definitely one of the major entry points through which we can do this work. So I'll be talking a little bit more about White Ribbon's experience working in the education system, both with educators and with teachers. So hopefully you'll get some ideas as to what you can do in your areas of work as well. And definitely working with youth is key. And glad to see also participants who are connected with law enforcement. And I know there's someone involved with the military as well, because those are important places, important environments where we can talk about gender equality and men's roles in particular. Okay, great. So let me continue sharing my screen so we can move on to the work of White Ribbon. Let me just make sure. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. So a little bit about White Ribbon. And so the organization was created 2 years after the December 6, 1989 Montreal massacre. So this is a picture of l'École Polytechnique de Montréal. At the time, it was an engineering school, and Canada in 1989 and up to then was already involved in conversations about the importance of encouraging girls and young women to get into sciences, into science and technology, in particular engineering, because we knew that women were significantly underrepresented in those fields. So there was an interest across Canada, and a great debate, a great conversation about encouraging more young women to enter sciences. So on that day, on December 6, 1989, a young man walked through the main doors of that school, and he proceeded to one of the classrooms, and he asked all the men in the classroom to leave, and then he took out a long gun and shot and killed 14 women in that classroom and beyond. And while he was doing this, he was screaming, "I hate feminists, I hate women." And it was very clear that he was doing this because he didn't feel that women should have a place in engineering. And he blamed women for a lot of the problems in his life, including the fact that he himself wanted to get into engineering and wasn't able to get into engineering because he didn't have the marks for it. And he felt that women were taking his place. Then he took the gun and turned it on himself and took his own life before emergency services were able to attend. And so this created a great deal of debate in Canada, of conversation about the significance of this event, whether it was an isolated incident of gun violence, as you probably know is very common in North America, especially in school settings, or whether this was symptomatic of a larger issue in our society, which is, the significant difference in gender equality, in the rights between men and women in Canada and beyond. So these are the names of the 14 women that lost their lives that day. And this is their pictures, future engineers, and they were young. Some of them were just about to graduate. They were months away from graduating, and here they are. And so that day became Canada's National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. So every year we remember December 6th, and the loss of those 14 young women, and the loss of many, many more women since then, before then, and to the loss to violence, to discrimination and inequality. And also we commit to action to end violence against women every year on that day. But we believe at White Ribbon and everywhere that this work needs to be done every day of the year, and not just on December 6th, but we do have that National Day of Remembrance. So it's important for men to be part of this conversation. And back then, the White Ribbon was created by 3 men in Toronto who felt that not enough men were being part of that dialogue. Not enough men were involved in general in promoting gender equality and ending gender-based violence. So they came up with the idea of the White Ribbon as a symbol, as a pledge for men to never commit, condone, or remain silent about men's violence against women. So they felt that this was a simple way of men just coming forward and stating their commitment and their support for gender equality and for nonviolence. And today we still promote that pledge. We still encourage men to take that pledge, to make that commitment by signing on to our website and going from there, learning about the issue, and then committing to take action. And the training, this kind of training and session that we provide is part of that commitment. It's part of our interest as an organization to support men in making a difference, in playing a role, so that incidents like the December 6, 1989 Montreal massacre never happen again. And so that incidents of everyday violence and discrimination against women and girls never happen again. So, and this again positions this work in an important way, because engineering to this date is still overrepresented by men. There's still a great gap, in particular in some of the more traditional aspects or areas of engineering. It's still, women are still disproportionately missing from those areas. So there's still a ways to go. And if we think about engineering and other professional areas of work, whether it be legal, whether it be management, leadership of corporations, we know that women are still significantly underrepresented, and that more work needs to be done, and men must play a role in removing those barriers and in supporting women's access to those positions. So White Ribbon's vision is a future with no gender-based violence. That's what we work towards by engaging men and boys. And we believe that it's important to engage men and boys in the prevention of violence against women and girls, and that we feel that every man and boy has a promise to be part of that solution. So this is something that we work hard towards, that often men are viewed and engaged as perpetrators of violence. And that is the reality. The vast majority of violence and discrimination committed against women and girls is at the hands of men and boys. So we need to understand and accept that and respect that reality. But we also feel that men therefore have a role and responsibility to play to turn that around, because we can't continue to live with this kind of inequality and violence. We know that this impacts our lives as well, as you'll see in the coming slides of this presentation. And it's good for women and girls to get rid of that violence and that inequality, but it's good for us as well. And I'll have lots more to say about that. So the men's involvement then is necessary to create the changes that will lead to the end of gender-based violence. And we need to promote healthier attitudes that lead to better behaviors, more equitable, peaceful, healthy behaviors. And so we need to empower and enable men to be allies and to be part of this solution. It's everyone's role to play. It's not just women that should be doing this work, although women have been at the forefront of this work for many years, many decades, and women and women's organizations have done that work often with great risks and great resentment and pushback from general society, in particular from men. So it's time that we turn that around, and instead of resisting and pushing back, that we are part of that change, because it's important, and our society needs it, and we know that gender equality is good for our families, our communities, our workplaces, our economy. It's good for peace, and it's good for stability in all over the world. So these stats that you see on the right-hand side of the screen were part of a survey that we conducted to men, and we found that when we surveyed men, that 94% believe that violence against women and girls is a concern to them. 87% think that that violence affects all women, including the women in their life, and that 90% agree that 97% agree that men can personally make a difference in promoting healthy, respectful, non-violent relationships. So when we ask men these questions, we see that that men are ready to play a role and that feel it's important to address these issues. But the gap is often in the how. How do I do this? What is my role? What are the tools, the language, the steps I can take in order to make this difference? And that's where we can help men understand better the role that they can play. So we'll be talking more about that. Any questions so far? Let me pause here and take any questions or any comments so far. Anyone? Any hands up? Any reactions? Okay, no worries, no worries. Just that you can also, okay, so Gabby's, go ahead, please. You raised your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the inequality. You're talking about inequality in violence between genders, right?
Yeah,
Specifically in that niche.
that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that's definitely one of the things I'll be, we'll continue to talk about the disproportionate impact of violence on women and girls, and not just women and girls, but also members of the LGBTQ community, of racialized communities. So later on, I'll be talking about intersectionality and how gender-based violence intersects with other forms of oppression as well. So I'll be going into that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, no worries, no worries. We'll do. We'll have further chances to do that. To check in on you. Okay, so here's our approach. Here's how White Ribbon goes about doing this work. And as I go through this, start thinking about your own areas of influence. So the fields of work that you work in, or the places or groups or communities that you have access to, that you are part of, and start thinking about how this could apply to what you do and the things that you could be doing to make a difference to promote gender equality, healthy relationships, healthy masculinities, where you are working or where you are playing a role of some kind. So our approach is, first of all, it's feminist informed, human rights based, intersectional, and accountable. Feminist informed because we can't lose sight of the purpose of this work, right? It's to promote gender equality. It is to counter that idea from that young man that he hated feminism and that feminism was no good for him and that it ruined his life. So we need to instead talk about how feminism is good for all of us. Human rights based because women's rights are human rights, right? So the absence of rights and access to professions, the discrimination that exists against women and girls, it is a human rights issue. Intersectional because we know that gender-based violence is compounded by racism, it's compounded by homophobia and transphobia. When individuals share multiple identities, that they experience discrimination and violence in multiple ways. So it's important to address that as well. And it needs to be accountable. Again, we can't forget why we're doing this work. It's to support women's rights and the women's movement. So as I mentioned, there's a crucial role for men to play in promoting healthy masculinities and preventing all forms of gender-based violence. We engage in and develop and implement programming that's gender transformative and strength-based. Strength-based means that we look for opportunities to appeal to men in positive ways, to inspire them to be part of change, to motivate them to play a positive role. That means strength-based rather than talking to men about shame and guilt and pointing fingers and so forth. Like we want men to understand that this inequality exists because of patriarchy, because of systemic discrimination, and because of men's negative attitudes and behaviors. But we also want to help them understand that they can turn that around, that they can make a difference and it will be good for them. Gender transformative means that we have to turn those harmful norms upside down. We have to challenge them, we have to change them, and we have to think about gender, especially about masculinities, in much more healthier respectful, empathetic, compassionate ways than it has traditionally been defined. We do that work by fostering safe and brave spaces with diverse audiences to lead to attitudinal and behavior change through the transformation of gender norms. So this space, as you'll see throughout my presentation and my engagement with you, that I'm not judgmental. I don't blame and shame you. We'll talk about, you know, perhaps mistakes of the past and how we can, you know, acknowledge our mistakes and make amends and apologize and make a commitment to move forward in better, more equitable ways, right? So that is safe. That is providing a safe and brave space for us to have these conversations. That's really needed, especially for men who bring a history of inequality, perhaps of using violence and discrimination, knowingly or even unknowingly sometimes in their life. So it's really important. We want to call men in rather than call men out. All right. So we do a lot of work by engaging with youth directly and encouraging youth to take leadership in this field as well. So for those of you working with youth, this is an important approach. Appeal to young people's leadership. You can be a leader in your community by helping to encourage other young people around you to be equitable, to have healthy relationships, to practice consent, to act and stand in solidarity and allyship with those who have experienced violence, with survivors of gender-based violence and discrimination. So that's a key approach as well. And we can also use that appeal to men as well in the workplace, that they can be allies and leaders, and that part of being a manager and being a leader within a workplace is to take on this issue and to help to create change within the workplace and within other spheres of influence in institutions, in schools, and so forth. We use a holistic approach because that's required to affect change. So we have to work at the individual, community, and institutional level. It's not sufficient to just work on changing individual behaviors and attitudes. That's important, yes, but then we have to go beyond that. We have to start looking at the rules and the processes and the policies and the traditions that exist within our communities, within our workplaces, within our institutions. And we need to ask the question, are those rules and processes and those policies helping to advance gender equality and advance social justice, or are they standing in the way? And if they're standing in the way, then we need to work together to adjust them, to introduce changes so that we can go from barriers to opportunities, right? From challenges to motivating people to change and for workplaces to become more diverse, for example, for schools to be safer and more responsive to gender-based violence, for dads to learn how to participate equally in family life and to do their share of work at home and care for children and so forth, right? So those are examples of change at various levels, and we need to work at those various levels. So this is an example of a campaign that we developed here in Canada. It starts with you and it stays with him, and it's about appealing to men as potential role models, right? So men as dads, for example. So dads have an opportunity to show the new generation of kids how to engage in healthy and equitable relationships, right? So when at home, dads can also do the cooking, they can clean the house, they can care for children. They should be spending time with their kids, and rather than viewing their contribution as babysitting, right? It's my time to babysit tonight. I can't go out with my buddies because I'm babysitting. No, it's not about babysitting. It's about, spending time with your kids and building healthy bonds and participating equally in raising children, because we know that traditionally women do most of the care work, they do most of the housework, and they do most of the house responsibilities because men are traditionally viewed as breadwinners, right? So we need to start challenging that at home and in schools. We talk to teachers, in particular male teachers, about their opportunity to be good role models and to role model gender equality and respectful interactions in the classroom, and for them to be on the lookout of examples of bullying, of gender-based violence, and to do their part to identify and then challenge and help to redirect and correct those kinds of behaviors. We also think that coaches, in particular those that work with young athletes, have an important role to play too, because so much of this discrimination and gender-based violence and sexism and harassment often has its roots, builds on, emanates from, and happens within sports as well. How many women athletes have come forwards with their experiences of harassment and violence at the hands of their coaches, either present or in the past when they were younger, right? So sports is another area of potential entry through which we can do this work, and we can help and work together with coaches and athletes to make a difference. And I'll share a really great example of a campaign that we did together with the Toronto Maple Leafs, our hockey club here in Toronto, that promotes, that works with athletes and coaches to help promote gender equality in the world of sport. So that's, it starts with you, it stays with him. And this campaign brought, sure, yes, please.
We are seeing your notes mode.
Okay, so hang on, let me just stop sharing my screen. Okay, so let's see. Oh, it's in notes mode. Okay, sorry. All right. Let me try that again.
Still the notes
I see.
mode.
It's still there. Hold on. I'm seeing how I can change here. Just a second. Is that working now?
Yes,
yeah.
Wonderfully.
Okay, perfect. So just check something again here. So the Draw the Line campaign is a sexual violence prevention campaign that it helps educators in schools engage with young people. It provides lesson plans and scenarios that teachers can use to have conversations with young people around sexual violence and harassment. And in this particular case, you can see one of these scenarios here that asks, a teammate on your school sports team is accused of sexual misconduct. Do you still cheer him on? And you can imagine when you ask a group of people this question, how much conversation that's going to create. Some will agree, some will disagree, some will say, well, we can separate the athlete from the behavior, and others will say, no, that's you can't separate that, because even though they may be the greatest athlete, but if they're using discrimination and violence in their personal life, then how great is that? It's we have to challenge both behaviors, inappropriate behaviors, both during in sports and in people's personal lives as well. Another significant entry point for us is fatherhood, and I have already talked about the role of fathers in promoting healthy relationships and practicing a form of fatherhood that's a lot more equitable, that's a lot more focused on sharing equally in family responsibilities and in role modeling for young kids what it means to be an equitable and peaceful and gender respectful father. So we've done some research with fathers in Ontario, and we asked that question to them: what positive role can you play in promoting healthy, equal relationships and ending violence in the home? So for those of you who are interested in working with dads and working with fatherhood, one of the things, one of the gaps that we often see in fatherhood programs is that they focus primarily on just helping dads be good dads. But we have to add another dimension to that, because being good dads also means being respectful and equitable towards their spouses, not using violence, and being good role models in teaching young people about gender equality, consent, and healthy relationships. So there's another new dimension that can be added to that work that's important. Otherwise, we end up working in silos and we miss a great opportunity to talk to dads about the importance of gender equality in their lives as well, because that will also help to strengthen their bonds with young people, right? Because if we think back about our own experiences with our parents, the role of our dads in our homes, just take a few seconds to think about what you remember. Are those memories positive? Did your dad participate equally in the family life, or did you grow up with that kind of striking division of roles where your mother did all the care work and your dad did all the work outside the home, right? Did your dad spend that time with you? Did you have conversations about healthy relationships? Did your dad talk to you about respectful interactions? Did your dad talk to you about the importance of gender equality and ending discrimination? Was he a good role model in that sense? And I'm sure some of you will say, yeah, my father was wonderful. And some of you will probably say, not so much. So we have an opportunity here to also educate not just the future generation of dads, but the present generation of dads as well, to do fatherhood in much more equitable ways, because we know that's an important entry point for men. Walk a Mile in Her Shoes is an event that we organize in Toronto every year. And this year the event was virtual because of the social distancing, physical distancing, public health guidelines in relation to the pandemic. But otherwise, every year we bring together hundreds of men and boys around the concept of walking in someone else's shoes. In this particular case, walk a mile in her shoes. It's a way to get men to empathize, to put themselves in other people's shoes, in women's shoes in this case, literally and figuratively. Literally meaning that they actually wear a pair of women's shoes and they walk a mile around the financial district in Toronto to help raise visibility and to demonstrate their commitment as allies to end gender-based violence. And as you can imagine, this event brings a great deal of interest, exposure, visibility in the media, so it gets conversations going much more broadly. And it also gives men an opportunity to come together, to be with other men and to experience that collective sense and spirit of allyship and solidarity. So organizing public events, it doesn't mean having to organize a walk a mile in your shoes, but there could be other opportunities. Could be a Father's Day walk for gender equality or something of that sort that you could think about organizing in your communities in Latvia, whether it be at your school or in partnership with a local government, municipal government, or do it as part of a cultural event and bring men together in a visible way to demonstrate allyship, solidarity, and commitment to ending gender-based violence and promoting gender equality. So that's a walk a mile in her shoes. So I'll stop there again to see if there's any questions or comments. How is it feeling to you so far? Are you getting some ideas already? Are some questions coming up for you? Are there things that I said perhaps that that you disagree with? It's okay to disagree with me. I would love to hear any thoughts, any thing that popped up for you. Gabby's, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I haven't gotten right in front of me the empirical evidence of this, but I was just curious. Isn't men in general percentagely more the victims of violence than women?
That's a good question. You know, I get asked that question all the time, and I bet you will be asked that question as well if you start talking about this publicly. So a way to answer that is obviously to state all violence is wrong, right? We don't accept any form of violence. It's not the constructive way of resolving conflicts in personal lives in our society and so forth. It's best for us to use constructive approaches to addressing conflict, whether personal or you know, systemic or so forth, right? So men experience a great deal of violence. Yes, absolutely. Maybe men experience even more violence than women. But who commits that violence? Is it at the hands of women? It's primarily at the hands of other men, right? So the stats demonstrate that when it comes to violence against women, it's primarily committed by men committing violence against women. When it comes to men's experiences of violence, it's primarily at the hands of other men. Okay. Jurgis.
Yeah, thank you. Not a question, but like a general comment. I really appreciate your work about discussions on intersectionality, since there are so many layers of different identities, and over stating that, yeah, you can be a white male in your 40s, but there can be, and therefore you're somewhat more privileged than others, but at the same time, there can be so much more behind that. So we always have to be cautious about that as well.
Right. So age, racial identity, immigration status, employment status, social class, sexual orientation, in Canada, being an Indigenous person, right? Those are all identities and factors that may lead to greater discrimination and greater experiences of violence. Absolutely. So children are also at higher risk of experiencing, witnessing, observing violence and neglect in the homes, right? Vulnerable seniors, we know that seniors also experience a great deal of neglect, financial violence, and discrimination too, right? Those who are unemployed, those who are poor, who don't have access to housing, right? So that's what I mean by intersectionality. When you start layering those identities, right? Homophobia, we know how much that impacts the different kinds of violence that happens, the discrimination, the exclusion that members of the LGBTQ community experience. Even within the LGBTQ community, trans individuals, right? Trans women of color in North America experience rates of violence disproportionately higher than any other community, right? So that's intersectionality. So for us, in order for us to end that gender-based violence, because it is a form of gender-based violence, in order for us to end that violence and end that exclusion and discrimination, we need to talk about homophobia and transphobia, and we need to incorporate that into our programming as well. And I know that everybody, every society, every country, every institution is at different stages in addressing that. But it's important to start doing that in a way that that leads to motivation for change, needs to allyship and empathy and compassion rather than resistance and backlash. So it's a challenging thing to address, but I would encourage you all to think about ways to do that, both in your individual engagements as you move forward, but also at an institutional, community, and society-wide level. Okay, I know that this is an issue that's just starting perhaps to be discussed in Latvia, but good on you to to do that and keep it up, and it needs to, those conversations, as difficult and challenging as they may be, they need to continue, because there is a strong connection between homophobia and gender-based violence, and we'll talk about that in the man box exercise. You'll see what I mean by that. Okay, Igor, please go ahead.
Hello. Well, when you started talking about sports, I immediately thought about this group in Latvia who are running, I guess, an NGO called Ghetto Games, who have had a lot of, I guess, issues. They were like advertising quite using sexist language and imagery, which were they kind of called out on publicly. Then they had like socks made with, I'd say, racist remarks. But at the same time, their own goals is to like bring people together, engage them in sports, healthy living, and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking whether sports is kind of has this aura of gender-based violence or something like that. And also, I wanted to ask, well, how do you call out all of those things which are encouraging gender-based violence, sexism, and other things without kind of creating this whole lot of conflict at the same time, right? Because the other side just goes like, well, what are you talking about? This is silly. This is, you don't understand. It's just a joke, etc. Yeah, thank you.
That is such a good point. Thank you for raising that. And again, I'll spend more time tomorrow talking about this in the context of allyship. We're going to, again, review that Men of Quality campaign, which addresses athletes and their roles in promoting gender equality. But just a quick point, a quick couple of points of that on that, because I don't want to miss it. One of the things that I always remind athletes and sports teams is the reason why sport was created in the first place, and the historical role of sport in promoting social justice, right? Thinking about the role of rugby in South Africa and the role it played in ending apartheid, right? Sport has always had a role, an important role, the concept of Olympics, bringing people together, celebrating difference, and promoting, good relations among countries, right? We can't forget that purpose, and we need to remind athletes and sports teams of their role and responsibility in being respectful, inclusive athletes and teams. And they can't be promoting diversity in sport and encouraging people of all backgrounds to join sports and then turn around and allowing their athletes to use racist, homophobic, misogynistic kind of language on the field and off the field, because athletes need to be held into account for their off the field behavior as well. That's really important. So that's a couple of points. The other point is that young people are looking up to athletes as their role models. So will athletes be positive role models? Will they want to be seen as leaders, as athletes who are demonstrating respectful behavior, who are teaching younger generations in a positive way about this? Or do they want to see themselves as athletes who are contributing to further violence and discrimination and exclusion? I ask those questions often when I work with athletes, and the answer is always very clear. We want to be celebrated. We want to be remembered as awesome athletes, as people who are great at the sports that we play. but we also want to be remembered as respectful individuals and leaders in the community. And many athletes have taken on these issues, and you'll see again great examples from our own Toronto Maple Leafs. Gabis, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Igor, what was the time when this topic about ghetto games being racist was relevant?
Okay, just to answer shortly, I think they made socks which had hashtag All Lives Matter written on them after Black Lives Matter protests. It was quite recently, so I mean, if anyone knows the history of all that, they were kind of, yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah. Many sports modalities in the Western world. I'm sure that's the reality in Europe. I know in Canada, for example, our hockey teams are predominantly white, right? So I could not imagine one of our sports team promoting a hashtag like that or creating products that would include that kind of messaging. They would not, it would be the end of those teams. They would lose their fan base, they would lose funding, they would lose any sort of credibility in Canada if they were to do that. What I have seen sports team do is get on the wagon of social change, and instead of saying all lives matter, they say Black Lives Matter in support of the movement towards racial justice and ending racial discrimination and anti-Black discrimination and violence. And again, there's really great examples of sports team doing that work, and we need to support them and encourage them to do more of that. Loris, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that most recently the same ghetto games are in a group of NGOs that supported far-right amendments to constitution about families and so in some way this group of people and this NGO is in some way beyond repair in Latvia situation at the moment because the liberal movement of NGOs and individuals aren't as powerful or influential as we might want to. So there's a way to grow, and unfortunately, of course, it's just pity that there's been 20 years for kind of stand on some on our feet, but now again the youth are the ones who have the new force and spirit to build this country and the society more equal and yeah, as such. So that was just about those ghetto games. So there's yeah.
Thank you, Laris, and that's those are good points. And you know what I would say is, here's an opportunity as allies. You're all going through this training with support from Marta Center. Is align yourselves with organizations that are promoting social justice and lend your support, help to amplify their positive messages, and do not give these groups any sort of attention. And I think if we're able to just amplify, empowering and motivating messages of change will help to drown out some of those groups. And obviously there's other systemic approaches that need to be used to address what those groups are doing. And definitely promoting hate and violence is not something that should be allowed anytime, anywhere. So that's something that has to be addressed at that level as well. But as allies, focus on the messages that are positive and align yourselves with and support organizations that are promoting change in this area, and support teams and businesses and institutions that are doing the same. Okay, so that would be my advice to all of you. Okay, let's take a brief break, maybe 10 minutes, and then we'll return and go back through go through the second half of this session, which will be a review of gender-based violence and then men and masculinities. Okay, so 10 minutes from now, I've got about 27 minutes after the hour. So if you could return at 37 minutes after the hour, that would be great. Okay, thanks very much. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break. Let's see, most of you should be back by now. Just a few more moments and then we'll get started again. Okay. So I'll go back to my presentation, and we're going to talk about gender-based violence now. Just an overview of what it is, the different forms and its roots, and then we'll move from there to talk about men and masculinities and spend the rest of our time today going through the connections between masculinities and gender equality and gender-based violence. Okay. So here's the different forms of gender-based violence. So it is understood as an umbrella term that combines all forms of oppression as it relates to gender. So and this is rooted in the unequal power relations between genders in our society, right? The fact that men benefit from patriarchy and patriarchal systems, and women experience a great deal of exclusion, violence, and lack of opportunities, and so much more. So here's the intersection of those forms of gender-based violence. So that includes sexual violence. It includes coercion, sexual harassment, and rape. It includes physical forms of violence like hitting, destroying property, corporal punishment that often is experienced by children and youth, bullying, intimidation, rumors, insults, threats. So those are forms of verbal violence. And then psychological forms as well, like exclusion and obviously the intersections again. Some forms of violence, of sexual violence, are also psychological violence, also verbal violence, as is the case of sexual harassment, for example. It straddles those three. Some forms of physical violence are also sexual violence. The other one that's not here that I would add, and perhaps you have others that you can add as well, and if so, please do include it in the chat box, is financial violence, faith-based violence, right? The use of faith and religion as a form of exclusion and discrimination. Financial, the withdrawal, the keeping money or funds away from a person, from one spouse or one's elderly parent, is a common form of violence as well. This is all termed as violence because ultimately it impacts individuals not just in physical ways but also in psychological and emotional ways, and it has long-standing impact and leaves scars, emotional scars, and not just physical scars, right? So this is an important distinction because often program participants see violence as just physical, and they will say things, I never used violence, right? Because perhaps they don't use forms of physical violence, but maybe they use other forms of bullying or psychological or emotional violence. So it's important to cover and talk about and give examples of all those different forms of violence and help men understand that those are indeed violent ways of engaging, interacting with others, in particular our spouses, our family members, our peers, our co-workers, our students, and it's important to talk about what can be done to end those various forms of violence. So in terms of root causes, obviously we know that gender inequality and patriarchy is at the root of much of this, right? That power imbalance that exists between men and women, but also social learning, the ways that boys are socialized from a young age, and you'll see that reflected in a video that we're going to watch. Harmful aspects of masculinity. So this, again, this is not to say that all masculinity is harmful and violent and neglectful and disrespectful. That's not the case at all. It's just those traditional, strict, stoic aspects of masculinity that lead to men to control and dominate and use violence to exert their power over others. So that's the harmful aspect of masculinity that I'm referring to. And then in particular in countries where there are indigenous people, colonialism, right? The oppression of indigenous people, the settling of lands and the withdrawal of culture, the experiences with residential schools, and the historic discrimination against indigenous people that put individuals, in particular indigenous women and girls, at higher risk for violence and discrimination. So how do we end this violence then? It's a combination of different engagement points and at different levels. It's definitely needs to happen at the systemic level, in terms of looking at policies and laws and ensuring that those are revised to remove any present or historical discrimination or opportunity for access or rights. So that needs to happen at that level. But then also at a more individual level, it's about consent education. It's about helping young people, youth in particular, but also adults understand what consent is and how to go about establishing consent, seeking consent, agreeing on consent before engaging in sexual relationships or interactions. Because that is at the root cause of sexual violence, right? When there is no consent, it is sexual violence, it is rape, it is a violation of a person's body and sexuality. It's about allyship and role modeling, right? When we're able to do our part to be allies and to demonstrate positive ways of interacting, equitable ways of interacting with those around us, with women and girls in particular, then that helps to end violence as well. It's about looking at gender norms and the ways that girls and boys and young people of all genders are raised and taught, the behaviors that are associated with each gender, how confining those behaviors are, and how discriminatory, violent, and exclusionary and harmful they can be sometimes in the case of harmful gender norms. It's about bystander education. So all of us knowing how to identify and how to engage or intervene in harmful situations or scenarios, whether it be what to do when we hear a sexual joke or a racist comment or a misogynistic engagement. What should we be doing about that? So that is at the core of ending these forms of gender-based violence as well. And then ultimately, it's about promoting gender equality. When there are high rates of gender equality in a society, there are lower rates of gender-based violence and discrimination. So we know that is the case. So it's something that we all need to work towards at an individual, collective, and systemic level. Any questions? Let me pause here again and give everybody a chance to ask any questions or share any comments about forms of gender-based violence. Everybody's good? Any areas of confusion, or would you like me to say something more about any of these different forms? Okay, looks like we're good. Let me know if that.
Yeah, I had a question again.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Gabis.
I wanted to ask, well, what do you mean that we live in a patriarchy? Like, can you give me an example?
Oh, that's a good question. What does it mean to live in a patriarchal society? Well, just you know, if we look at the history and even the present time, the fact that men are privileged in many ways. For example, if we look at our political leaders, the representation of men, overrepresentation of men in our political institutions, in as I mentioned earlier, if you look at um, certain areas of work like engineering, like science, like law enforcement, for example, the military even, you see a great overrepresentation of men. There are many more opportunities for men to access well-paid and sustainable jobs. When it comes to land ownership in many parts of the world, for example, land is transferred not to equally to all members of a family, but to the male members of a family. That is a reality. So patriarchy is that combination of systems, of privileges, of power that have over history, over centuries, been automatically given to men primarily. Now, this is not to say that all men benefit equally from patriarchy. That's not the case. We know that there are also, you know, different classes, economic classes. There's poverty that come at play. There's racialized men. Black men experience a great deal of violence at the hands of police, for example, in North America. You've seen that. So, but if we look at our societies as a whole, predominantly around the globe, we see that men are privileged in ways that women are not. And that is a reflection, that is a reality of patriarchy. And then I welcome others' contributions on this as well. And the other thing that I would say quickly on this is that for many men, you know, we have these privileges and we're not even aware of it because we are kind of born into it, right? It's not like, you know, we turn 12 and all of a sudden there's a ceremony and we get these powers of patriarchy handed to us. That's not how it works. This has been passed on from generation to generation. And we're not even aware of it until we start having these conversations and start to understand and view and witness and become more aware of those imbalances of power in our everyday life. Okay, go ahead, Matisse.
Right,
I can quickly interrupt, Matisse. I just wanted to logically say that I think that is not just because of a male being male, of their privileges that they have acquired these specific positions, like especially if you're talking about working overtime or just doing dangerous jobs. And yeah, something like, I think like, okay, yeah, that was just that.
I think I see what you're saying, Gabis. It's not to say that men benefit 100% from patriarchy. Patriarchy is not good for men, and you just gave us an example of that men, because of those stereotypical expectations and gender norms, were expected to take on jobs and roles that are of higher risk, of more dangerous. For example, you know, if you think about underground mining, for example, the overrepresentation of men in those kinds of jobs, policing, you know, military, those are pretty dangerous jobs too. And again, you know, men are overrepresented there. And is that good? Is the fact that we tend to orient ourselves towards those kinds of roles because that's what we're kind of encouraged to do? Is that good for us? Not always, not necessarily, right? So there are many ways in which patriarchy, many ways, and you'll see more in just a second, in which patriarchy does not work for men either. And that's why we all need to work together. Well, not only why, I mean, the primary reason is because women experience this in far disproportionate ways, but it will also bring benefits to ourselves as well to be engaged in this kind of change. Matisse, go ahead.
You already partially answered my question, because I was coming from at the same thing from a different angle, where very often I think that you need to challenge when you talk about these things, you get challenged from the angle of somebody who comes from a poorer background, and they usually experience this nasty end of the stick, essentially, where they have to go through. They take more risky jobs, do more overtime, and just take hard physical labor. So they seem, so to them, talking about patriarchy seems like they are somehow, yeah, misunderstood. But this essentially reminded me of how to tackle that conversation then, because I sometimes forget.
Yeah, this is part of the backlash. It's part of the resistance, and this is one of the questions that you will come across when you start talking more openly about this. And what you just observed is that approach that I talked about earlier, a safe, supportive, but transformative way in which we can have these conversations, right? I didn't go and shame Gabis or yourself for suggesting that men may be at risk or may be disadvantaged because of patriarchy as well. I acknowledge that in many cases that is true, but I reminded both of you that women are far disproportionately impacted by patriarchy and experience those exclusions, the violence, the disrespect, and so much more than men. But let's remember that men, and the examples that I gave, Black men experiencing higher rates of violence at the hands of law enforcement, the discrimination, Black women the same. So, we have to give those as examples, but also acknowledge that not all men have an equal amount of privilege, and that's a reality. Okay, and this is why working together is going to be good for everybody. Okay. So I would encourage you to use the same kind of approach in these conversations, to listen, to respect, to acknowledge what you can, and then to offer like an alternative, offer examples that people can relate to. So it minimizes that kind of backlash and resistance that many men may have towards these conversations or this change. Okay, let's get back to the section on men and masculinities. Great. Okay, so we know that one of the things that feminism has brought to us, and one of the great gifts and benefits, is helping us understand that women's gender roles are socially constructed. We know that girls are brought up in a certain way, they're encouraged to express their emotions, they're taught to enjoy certain kinds of roles, and encouraged to go into certain kinds of professions, and wear certain kinds of clothes and play with certain kinds of toys, right? We know that all of those things are socially constructed, and they're taught and they're encouraged from a very young age. So we know that, we've come to that realization. So let's then unpack masculinities in the same kind of way, because boys also grew up with those kinds of expectations. And, kids, youth, young people, adults who don't conform to either of those genders are put in an even more challenging situation of having to deal with gender expectations and social norms, gender norms, right? So let's start to unpack that social construction of men's gender roles as well. So we'll explore gender in a way that perhaps you haven't had a chance to do that before. And so let's look at gender now through the lens of masculinities. And I'm going to invite you to participate in this interactive exercise. It's called Men in a Box. So I'm going to share, just a second. I'm going to share with you a link in the chat box. I'm going to invite you to click on that link. It will take you to a joint document that we can all work on together. So there you go. Let me know if that works. So click on there, and that should take you to a document called Jamboard, the Men in a Box. Great. I see that many of you are coming on board there. So just hang on there for a second. So everybody should be clicking on that and joining. Okay. And this only our group is able to see this. So don't worry about confidentiality or anything here. Okay, great. So here's what I would like to you to do, and I'm going to share my screen so you have a chance to see how this works. Okay, great. So we're going to build a men box, right? We're going to use this document. So on the left-hand side, you have a menu of options here. If you click on a sticky note, it will open a little text box where you can enter something. Boys don't cry. That's my entry, and then you see that it appears that, and then I will move it to inside a box. So I want you to use these sticky notes, and inside each of these sticky notes, write your some examples of stereotypes associated with being a man. So a real man doesn't cry. A real man is tough. A real man plays sports. Those are some just some examples. So come up with as many as you'd like. Use the sticky notes and then put it up there. And let's perfect, man up. That's great. So more like that, and just keep going, and we'll add it to the men box here. So remember, stereotypes. Great. Traditional expectations, roles that men are expected to play or not play. Great, just marry her. Men need to be strong and muscular. Men must make money, more money than their partner. Yeah. Yeah, competition, pragmatic. Why don't you hang out with other boys? Uh-huh. He knows what should be done. Men have to have tangible goals. Yeah. Men can't be weak. Very good. Oh, hold on. The box just became small. Okay, great. Men are not talking. Men don't talk. They're silent types, right? Men can't make mistakes. Men have to be able to grow a beard. Yes. Have to love cars and know how to repair them. Drive a car. Here we go. Another car one. Being artistic. Yes, arts is not a man's role. Another fix the car one. A man has to take initiative romantically. Yeah. Great. And what happens if a woman takes initiative, right? What kinds of names or stereotypes are associated with that. Great. Okay, so these are good examples. Has to play in a date. Yeah, knows everything about politics. Okay, men need to help at home. Great. What kind of help? What kinds of things what kind of jobs do men usually do at home versus women? Who does most of the care work and looking after the kids and cooking and cleaning? And who does the yard work? Babysit kids. There we go. Yes, as I mentioned earlier. When men look after kids, it's babysitting. When women look after kids, it's caregiving. Kids are not a man's business, yes. Yeah. How about roles, professional roles? Do we see a lot of men teaching kids in younger years, in elementary years? And who are the professors in post-secondary education? Is it primarily men or women? Who are the CEOs of our corporations? Primarily women or men? Math and sciences, yes. Aha, yes, male kindergarten teachers are creepy, right? So it's so interesting when men take on these roles, these stereotypes of as men as the pedophiles, right? They're there because they want to take advantage of kids. So working in education means working between them. A lot of women, therefore, problematic. Okay, so men steer away from working in education because they don't want to work with women. Interesting. Men are natural leaders. This is so good. You totally get it. So, okay, so let's stop there because this is a good representation and this is a good conversation and exercise to engage in together, right? So when you have conversations in the future with colleagues or when you engage in this kind of conversation at work, for example, take people through this kind of exercise and talk about these kinds of pressures and stereotypes. Now let's talk about what happens when men step outside of this box. Okay, so when men start behaving in ways that are counter to these expectations. So outside of the box, now outside of the box, so let's leave the stereotypes as is for now. Outside of the box, use sticky notes with the names or ways that men are treated or names that men are called when they step outside of the men box, when they reject these stereotypes. So what happens when a boy cries? What happens when a man is not strong? What names do they get called? How are they treated? What do they experience as a result? So they're called sissy, beta, pussy, feministic. There we go. So men start being called feminists and look at the homophobia coming up now, right? So gay, fag, right? We can say the word because we're in an educational context here. Mummy's boy, there we go. As if having a strong bond with your mother is wrong. And in fact, men need to have those bonds. It's important, right? My goodness, this is so good. Soy boy. Feel free to use local terms as well. So Latvian terms that are perhaps specific to your local context. Not a real man. Under the woman's boot, right? In English, we have that expression, who wears the pants in the family, right? Sometimes referred to when women take like leadership positions at home, right? She wears the pants, right? So mimitis, there we go. He was raised by his mother, there we go. So the fact that if Kids were raised by men that they would fit the men box, but because they were raised by a woman, by their mother, they were able to reject these stereotypes, or perhaps saw a different kind of role modeling. This is really good. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, and now think about how men who are called these names are treated, and the kind of bullying and sometimes violence that they experience at the hands of other men, primarily, sometimes by women too, who will police men in the same kind of way, but predominantly by other men, right? So someone who's perceived as gay, as sissy, not a real man, as weak, as a soy boy, effeminate, right? We know that men who are viewed or perceived as such experience a great deal of isolation, bullying, discrimination, and violence as well. So thinking about how kids are treated in the playground, as for example, or also in the workplace, right? Someone who rejects these kinds of dominant and controlling kind of behaviors, they're often viewed as they're not part of the boys' club, right? They're feminist and so forth, right? So this is where we start to help men. In particular, this is really effective with young men, because they can relate to these pressures, and they can relate to the ideas of if you step outside of this box, you experience all this name calling, because young people engage in these kinds of behaviors very commonly in the classroom and in the schoolyard, but adults do too, right? And so this is where we start talking about the impact of gender stereotypes and gender harmful or harmful masculinity norms, the impact that this has on men and boys themselves. Okay, so we'll leave it at that. And what I'll do is I'll take an image of this, and I'll share it back with Madara, and she can share it with you as well. Okay, so thank you for participating in that. And let's see, there is one chat. Fun stats: in Latvia, we have less than 100 male kindergarten teachers. There we go. So probably out of thousands of kindergarten educators, 100 male kindergarten teachers. And it would be interesting to find the same stat for post-secondary tenured professors. You'd see it's exactly the other way around, right? So for those of you asking what patriarchy is, this is one of the key elements of it, this misrepresentation of women and men in certain, very gendered, restricted kinds of professions. All right, so in a second, just bear with me here. Okay, so I'm going to share next a video with you. It's a PSA, it's our Boys Don't Cry campaign that brings into reality all of these gender stereotypes that you talked about. It's a challenging video to watch for some. There is a little bit of violence in there, but it's also important because, again, it's illustrative, and you probably will recognize yourself in some way or another in one of those vignettes or one of those situations. Okay, so we'll watch the video, and then we will come back together and talk about it. Okay, so I hope this works, but hang on. Okay, here we go.
It's okay. You got it? Pick it up with your big, strong muscles and bring it over here to the shop.
Boys can be loving.
There you go. Fast, 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 fast.
I need you to be brave, okay? Gotta go.
Boys can be shy. Boys can be sad.
Why are you crying?
Boys don't cry, right, honey? Be a big boy, please.
Boys can be self-conscious. Boys can be intelligent.
Why is it always about using
But boys can't be afraid. Boys can't be gentle.
I don't understand what the big deal is. I mean, isn't this just boys being boys?
Boys can't be weak. Boys can't be timid. Boys can't be hurt. Boys can't look soft. Boys can't be powerless. Because boys don't cry.
Great. Just a quick question. Did you hear the sound as well in the PSA? Okay, great. Okay. So maybe a tough video to share, to view, but as you can see, it's a really good illustration of how boys are socialized. How many boys? Not all boys. You know, this is the trajectory of one boy in particular, but how boys are socialized and impacted along the way of their upbringing in terms of expectations and stereotypes and pressures that they experience growing up. And ultimately, with this particular young man, he ended up, in a situation where he was likely going to use sexual violence because what you saw in that red cup is, in North America, for us, that's a beer cup, an alcohol cup that's used at parties. So that young woman was drinking, and she, judging from how she was walking up those stairs, she likely lacked the capacity to provide consent for what was about to happen next. And you also saw the representation of family violence and the impact that that has, right? You saw the silence between the young man and his father afterwards, and the impact that then that had in his on his interactions at school, in the classroom, and then ultimately in the schoolyard. And there's a lot more there, right? So but here's hang on a second. Let me just go back. Oops, it's this one. Go back to the presentation again. And I'll give you a chance to weigh in as well. So there's the another illustration of the man box. So in the middle, all those stereotypes of what it means to be a real man. On the right hand side, the treatment, the words that you have already outlined, right? The isolation, and then on the left, the sources of those kinds of harmful norms, ways in which men are impacted to subscribe to those norms and to behave and keep behaving in those ways. And as you can see, both from the ways that men and boys are treated, the names that are called, and then the continued pressures from those elements on the left, men have faced a tremendous amount of pressure to continue behaving and subscribing to those kinds of norms. But what we need to talk about then is the impact, right? The impact of those norms on men's lives in particular, and then how it relates to men's use of violence, control, and dominance towards others, in particular towards women and girls, members of the LGBTQ community, any vulnerable group, in order to assert their masculinity, their dominance, their control, in order to continue to behave and live in ways that demonstrate that they're real men. And for a lot of men in particular, as it relates to the current pandemic, one of those expectations that they continue to be strong breadwinners. So when employment is lost, or when there is a decrease in employment, so underemployment, that also plays into that expectation, into that identity of breadwinner. And it often has a very strong impact on mental health as well for men. And one of ways in which they then use or regain that sense of power and control and dominance is to use violence as a method to resolve any conflict in the home. So that's one of the reasons why we've seen an increase in domestic violence and family violence as a result of this pandemic, because of one of the many factors, including loss of employment or underemployment, social isolation, and so forth. Here's a quote from a 13-year-old boy program participant in relation to these kinds of expectations and stereotypes. And this is something that young people experience from a very early age, as you saw in that Boys Don't Cry PSA. There's so much stuff like guys shouldn't cry, guys need to have big muscles, guys can't show feelings, they can't show pain, you know. So if you can't do all of that, it's just going to build up inside and you have to let it out sometime. Either that can be a good conversation, or it can be a bad release where you start a fight with somebody, right? And that you saw in that representation in the schoolyard, that a young man resorted to a fight when his project was spilled on the ground. So what are some of those impacts then on these harmful male norms? So on women and gender non-conforming folks, we know that this leads to higher rates of discrimination, violence, harassment, and emotional labor, right? So when men are taught to be unemotional, stoic, and all of that, and women are left to have to deal with the emotions in the family, the kids, and so forth, when men are not participating equally in that labor of addressing emotions, then women are disproportionately impacted by that as well. And often men have a difficult time talking about their own emotions, too, about their mental health in relationships, and it leads to their partners having to pick up on that work and feeling unsupported in the way. And so here's some impacts on men. So difficulty being authentic self. If we're told to suppress our emotions, to not talk about what's bothering us, to it limits our own humanity. It leads to loneliness, poor social skills, more limited connection with loved ones, limited self-care, substance abuse, and mental health issues, higher suicide rates. We know that one of the ways in which men compensate for their mental health is to engage in risky behaviors, right? To use alcohol and drugs and so forth. I don't know if you're familiar with this actor or sports person, The Rock. He not too long ago, he came out and talked about his own depression. And he's one of those stereotypical visions of what a real man is like, right? So, and here's his quote, got tons of response to this. Thank you. We all go through the sludge, shit, and depression never discriminates. Took me a long time to realize it, but the key is to not be afraid to open up, especially us dudes have a tendency to keep it in. You're not alone. And I'll pause here and let's see. I would love to take some questions or comments or impressions so far. See how you're all doing. Thoughts, observations? Go ahead, Igors.
Well, I don't know. I really like the approach you're taking here because it's very constructive. It's calm. It's also acknowledging that hegemonic patriarchy, I believe it was said in the slides, hurts us all because, well, it does, right? Because arguments that I've heard from the other side were always about like dividing people who are hurt by hegemonic patriarchy. It's either dividing people by saying that, oh, there's a lot of men are policemen and in the army, and that's a difficult job too, or either it's dividing by other ways. But this kind of unified approach is really good, just to kind of convince people. Yeah, so that's very interesting to me.
Thank you for that. And again, it's another example of that safe but transformative spaces that we need to create, right? As men, we need to find ways, opportunities to talk about these issues with ourselves and, you know, with women too, right? Because it's good that we have this joint conversation. Sometimes it's good for us to have these conversations just among us, and then it's good for us to then have conversations together with women and people of all genders. Because ultimately we need to move forward together, right? Collaborating on addressing these issues. But certainly a lot of men have a lot of work to do given this kind of upbringing, right? A lot of us, I certainly grew up with violence in my home. I was that kid on that couch, right? I'm sure some of you were too. If not you, then your friends and colleagues, right? So we have our own work to do in terms of strengthening our own emotional literacy, dealing with our past harms and traumas, because that often stands in the way of men moving forwards. And we know that when it comes to domestic violence and family violence, we know that it's a vicious circle, right? That boys grow up witnessing, experiencing, observing violence in the home, and then they get into their young adulthood and adult years, and they continue to replicate the same kinds of behaviors and attitudes towards their spouses in the future. This is why it's really important for us to engage with young people as early as possible so that we break that silence. But it's never too late. It's never too late. And it's possible to do that work with youth, with young adults, and with adult men as well. But often adult men come into that work as a result of they themselves using violence or neglect with their own families and or in the workplace, you know, with harassment and so forth, right? So, but as allies, as agents of change in this work in your communities, you'll have a chance to start these conversations either, you know, one-on-one or in groups or through events or panel discussions or whatever initiatives make sense for your local context to bring men together to have these conversations, right? Because they're needed. So thank you for that. Any other questions or thoughts or observations? Yes, go ahead, Gabus.
You can't see me because my phone has a specific placement that it needs to be in to charge, so it's really uncomfortable to look.
Oh, there you
like
are.
this,
We
but
see you sometimes upside down the other way.
yeah,
It's cool.
yeah,
You're there.
but the thing that I want to talk about the masculinity is, I think that it is, but that the way you are portraying it isn't the best, and I'm going to try to make my point, because there is a clear evidence of like being not, it's okay to have emotions, but to not to be emotional, I think that wouldn't really work well, because if if one becomes too emotional, then it just comes all over the place. And if you're talking about taking initiative or just taking care of yourself via going partaking in gym, partaking in sport exercise and going to gym, increase your rate of success within your corporate environment, but also with your mating partners. That is just a fact. But when we are talking about these how can I say it, when it's overtly toxic, then I think that is the problem. But we have to kind of remind ourselves and to understand that there are certain behavior patterns that work, and that is why they are stereotypes. Did you get to my point?
I think so, but I'm gonna open up to others to share their thoughts in relation to your points, and let's see if does anyone want to address what Gabis just shared. Do you agree? Do you disagree? And do you have a different way of seeing things? Who would like to share? Go ahead, Matisse.
Right. I I don't think I can address the whole thing, but I mean, I don't think being in touch with your emotions really precludes emotional regulation. I think I think shutting out emotions sort of defeats emotional regulation and creates situations where you don't register and thus become either emotionally or physically, less often physically, but more often emotionally violent to people around you, and then this being the point where to even start emotionally regulate, you need to be sort of very aware of how they arise and where they go. And I think that's the kind of emotionality that we're talking about here, not really like necessarily the movie kind. And I mean, there's I do cry at movies, but that's aside. That's a different thing. That I don't think has to do with the kind of emotionality that we talk about here necessarily.
Yeah, good points. Who else would like to share?
The one thing I didn't warn you before, that we Latvians are not big of speaking. So that's an issue. When you're asking a question, it might be that it just leads to silence. But I also want to contribute just to the kind of an answer that, like, the key is always the moderation, of course. Like, you know, the emotionality is a good thing as long as you are aware of the emotions, aware of the regulation, able to like pinpoint what is happening at you and then regulate it and react appropriately. But of course, like, overly emotional is just troublesome to everyone, troublesome to yourself and to the others as well. So it's always about the moderation. The same is about going to gym or being muscular or sporty. It's also like, it's like, yeah, as I'm kind of used to also talking about these issues, and always when women talk about like harmful masculinity norms, you can always kind of get a bit of backlash. But it's always about this moderation, about talking about healthy and sensible ways how to be masculine. You don't have to lose the going to the gym part, or like being a strong and healthy man. It's just like all about like moderation. Oh, I lost myself. But your sister wants to say something.
Yeah, just to put in my 2 cents, I see nothing wrong with being emotional. Actually, the complete opposite, like the lack of our awareness about our emotions, the lack of like the emotionality in itself is like what in most cases leads to like wars and conflicts, whatever. So I think we should actually emphasize that feeling emotions is good and okay. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, really great points. And you know, there's tons of different emotions, and for many men, it's about practicing those emotions and letting them come to the surface, and then um, and then experimenting and feeling them. And sometimes it's safer to do it in some contexts and not others, you know. So having an ugly cry with your coworkers at a meeting at work, you know, if you're able to do that, absolutely do it. But it may be, you know, it may be easier to start with your spouse, your partner at home, and just, you know, as you're feeling that emotion come up, that sadness, that you know, overwhelming feeling that you're about to break down, just let it go and experience that and talk about it afterwards, and so forth. um, yeah, I think there's good context, you know, and we all know what we're comfortable with, but what I would say is let's push it, right? Let's push ourselves to experience those emotions, those feelings in a way that's healthy, that allows us to open up. And then, you know, we need to follow those emotions by a good conversation, by, you know, going deeper as to how we're feeling that way, and so forth. And the other thing, especially as adults and especially with kids in our lives, is to role model that for them, right? Especially for boys who are taught. I grew up being told that, you know, boys don't cry, and to toughen up, and to, you know, to grow up. I was a very sensitive kid, and I remember getting that kind of message from my older siblings, by my sister, you know, who called me a little sissy. Stop crying, grow up, you know, toughen up, stop being a sissy. And it was difficult to do that because, again, for any little reason I would cry, like I would just break down and cry, and that's normal. I was a little kid, so it was really tough for me the other way around, like to hide and to hold those emotions, and I just couldn't, and I got almost in trouble every time. So for us men, like, we got to practice that. We got to remember, you know, what is it that we experienced in our early years, and how can we counter that? How can we, you know, let go of that, and just and accept and embrace our own emotions, and deal with them in a positive way, because we know that men are often allowed to be angry, to express anger, to express it through anger, through dominance and control, and physical and verbal violence, right? Those are things that come naturally for a lot of men. And we need to instead look at other ways to express that. And not just through going to the gym and playing sports, right? Gabas, like, I understand what you're saying, like you're feeling stress and everything, and you want to go to the gym and you want to work out that stress. Sure, that is one of the healthy, I guess, ways of dealing with it. But if that's your only way, then you're going to experience some challenges, probably in other contexts too. Go ahead, Matisse.
I figured that the argument about gym and being dominant in corporate environment was also about the perceived things that work within the current system, right? On certain people, and how we do work with these roles, and sort of also at the same time saying that some of this might be helpful to just do it because it works. But I figured that the problem isn't with the doing of these things. The problem is with somebody being less because they don't. And at that point, I think the problem starts, because like if that is true to yourself, that these are the kind of things that you want to do and want to be, and you in the process, this has been difficult for me because because of previous things I've gone through. I've had to disentangle like which one of these things, which are traditionally masculine, are the things that I do because I do want them, or in which ones are the ones that I do because that those are expected from me. And while untangling this, there's a whole mess that comes loose, because I do genuinely enjoy some of these things. It's just that you have to find ways how to express them in a way where you don't disrupt other people's lives with it. So somehow, and some of it, of course, will, and some of the things that have been acquired that aren't necessarily healthy will stay with me throughout my life. And even then, there is a way to live with it, to just sort of find ways how to channel it in a less destructive way. But the point being that if that is the kind of person you are, sure, but then somebody being less is the problem, I think.
Yeah. It's really, really hard to step outside of that man box. It's really difficult because there are those outside pressures that police us and kind of pressure us to go right back into it. And that's why we need to do this work at a larger scale and amplify it beyond just individual and group conversations. It's also about setting the stage at meetings, in the workplace, talking about that, that it's okay to express feelings and that we're going to talk about our feelings. And, it's about giving permission. Those of you who are in leadership positions, that's something you can do with your teams, the people that report to you or that you lead, is to say, here it's okay for us to talk about what's stressing us out, what's in our minds, what we're afraid of, and just provide permission and role model that as well. It's really important to role model. It doesn't mean that, you have to role model a crying session in the workplace. It's like, it doesn't have to be that right away, but ultimately you may want to prepare yourself for it, because if you open the doors and you make it a safe space, that sometimes may happen, because people do bring men, women, people of all genders bring the significant psychological and emotional issues into the workplace as well. So they may need to find support for that. But start small and start by talking about feelings, like verbalizing feelings, and then going from there. Let me go back to sharing my screen because I want to share this this emotional, let me see, emotional literacy wheel, emotional intelligence wheel. So there you have it. There's thousands, tons. Well, I shouldn't say thousands, but tons of different types of emotions, and there's different ways in which we are encouraged to share or not to share emotions because of our gender, right? So how do we deal with difficult emotions such as anger, shame, and disappointment? One of the best ways to deal with that is to verbalize, is to talk about it and to practice it ourselves with people around us, starting with folks that care about us, that understand us, and then to start practicing it in other contexts as well, like meetings and so forth. That, as men, we're much more likely to hold on to our anger and our sadness and our stress than to express it in verbal ways. And then when, and we're more likely to express it in violent and problematic ways, in fact. But we got to practice verbalizing and role model that, especially with the young kids in our lives. So emotional intelligence is an important concept to talk about and to teach and to practice. And it's tough. It's not easy. It's tough for men in particular to open up and to, do that together as a group. I bet you that the subject of emotions and how we express them would make for a very good conversation topic for a group discussion in the future, or a panel, an event of some kind. Yeah, and so for those of you in the education system, you know, this is a great conversation to be having with youth and students. Again, it's never too late and never too young to do it. And here's the anger and difficult emotions, the anger iceberg. You know, what we see at the top is that expression of anger, but behind that emotion of anger, there's a lot of other feelings that are underneath. They're not easily visible, and that people react to those feelings, to that, to those experiences with anger. In particular, men do, or in a lot of cases, right? So the feeling of hurt, feeling worried, being offended, right? Being offended in the context of the workplace or community or school or in a relationship, often, you know, it goes right into feeling angry and expressing anger in violent or both physical or verbal violence, right? Feeling distrustful or attacked, feeling guilty, annoyed, disappointed, regret, uncomfortable, scared and grief. I mean, my goodness, and shame, right? Wouldn't it be much healthier to talk it out, right? To talk about our grief, our loss in verbal ways, and to seek support and empathy and compassion from others instead of automatically reacting to grief with anger, right? It's very common, in particular with young men. In fact, when we do these kinds of sessions with youth in schools, one of the things that we always prepare our team, our staff team for, is for students to act out during our presentation, and to not necessarily see or automatically perceive that as an act of rebellion against the presentation or the facilitator, but as a trigger point, because as we talk about violence, the impact of violence in people's lives, the impact of violence on the family and so forth, young people, young men in particular, are very triggered by that, and they start to feel hurt and emotionally and so forth. And the way in which they often react, it's not by crying in the classroom, it's by all of a sudden becoming very agitated and very angry and lashing out at their classmates. And it often leads to their removal from the classroom by the teacher. We see this very, very often. And again, it's a really good illustration of this, of how this anger iceberg plays out in people's lives. So we're about 15 minutes before the end of our session today, and I do want to return us to the Jamboard and talk about, you know, let's start kind of going now to the what are we going to do about this, sort of the positive ways in which we can make a difference, right? Like now we've set the stage with the different forms of gender-based violence and how harmful notions and norms of masculinity play out in our lives and impacts our use of violence and control and dominance and exclusion and so forth. Now let's turn our attention to the benefits of this change, the positive ways in which we can make a difference. But before we go into this exercise, before we go back to the Jamboard, I want to give you a chance again to share any comments that you have or to ask any questions. So happy to hear out some more comments about this. Is this resonating with you? And is this something that you feel will apply to your own life and that you'll be able to talk to your peers and colleagues and friends and family members about? How is that feeling for all of you? Feeling good, Matisse, thank you. I'm going to ask someone, Kyle, are you able to share some thoughts in terms of the military and working with soldiers around emotional intelligence, emotional literacy and the importance of dealing with stressors and conflict in positive ways for the folks that you work with in your own context. Are you able to share some thoughts on that?
Yeah, so as part of all of our redeployment to any theater, whether it's to here to Latvia, Iraq, Ukraine, or around the world, we often receive courses on how we can deal with the stressors in our lives. So it's extremely important to the Canadian Armed Forces that soldiers understand not only what is causing them the stress, but it also potentially looking at the root of it, right? Sometimes we might look at the initial stressor and think, well, that's what's causing me the issue, but it's really something a lot further down that is actually causing the problem. And it's something that's actually, we work a lot with our leaders on understanding is, don't look at the surface issue. Like if my soldier shows up late, I don't automatically assume that the soldier is, unable to show up on time. I have to look at, is there an underlying reason and why is this? And I think when we start to understand the reasoning, we can better solve the problem. So I think it's always important that we look beyond what's right in front of us, because that's the easy answer. It's so easy with, especially like in the army context where we're not a democracy, we're very much totalitarian, where leaders tell you what to do and you do it. And it's very difficult sometimes to remind soldiers that we are all humans and we are very complex and we have a lot of struggles that are quite deep, and it's important to spend the time getting to know what makes your soldiers tick, so to speak.
Thank you for sharing. And obviously emotional intelligence is really important, in particular to the military, but not just to the military, any field of work where men are overrepresented, right? So law enforcement, the military, the extractive sectors, often sports, and there's often a lot of stressors and trauma that goes along with those roles. So emotional intelligence and promoting emotional intelligence is really important in order to help people address those stressors and to help promote well-being. And we know, for example, with law enforcement and the military in particular, there are high levels of post-stress traumatic disorders, and we see law enforcement officers and soldiers having a really difficult time with traumas and witnessing violence and highly traumatic incidents. So that's something that we need to keep in mind as well. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned about the PTSD. One of the biggest challenges with us is we've been trying to get men to get over the stereotype that men can't talk about their emotions. That it's okay to be, extremely affected by the events that you've seen while on deployment. And, despite all of the resources the Canadian Armed Forces had for their soldiers, no one was using them, and our suicide rates were climbing because the real problem was getting men to be comfortable admitting that they had a mental health injury. And that took a lot. Like we talk about getting into the mailbox, a lot of men don't like talking about it. They'll show up with a broken leg and they're okay with that, but to talk about what's hurting them inside, it's quite difficult for a lot of men to vocalize that, we found.
Absolutely. So again, it's about providing those supports, those safe spaces, and those opportunities, and to role model as well for men to have those conversations and to open up and to deal with their emotions in healthier and more constructive ways. So thank you for sharing that. All right. And again, I recognize that this conversation may be triggering for many of you. And over the course of our past couple of hours, almost 3 hours now, you may have, you know, this may have stirred some difficult emotions and feelings. So in the spirit of using emotional intelligence to help us address our own experiences, our own feelings, I encourage you to practice self-care and to talk, to open up, to have a conversation with someone that you trust and care about. And if you don't have access to those kinds of supports, definitely get in touch with Madara and Marta Center, and they'll be able to support you there as well, or feel free to get in touch with me too. But so let's try to end on a positive way, and let's talk about the benefits of gender equality. So I'm going to bring us back to the Jamboard again. I'm going to paste the link in the chat box, and I'm going to invite you to come back to the Jamboard. And let's very quickly use the same process again with the sticky notes, and just very quickly write your thoughts. What are the benefits of gender equality at the individual level? So how do individuals benefit from gender equality? And you can refer back to all of this, because healthy masculinities, healthy gender norms is part of promoting gender equality, as you can see, because they're very much related. When we're able to deal with our emotions more effectively, we're less likely to use control and dominance and assertion and violence of all kinds. So what are the benefits to gender equality at the individual level? So use the sticky notes and just add your thoughts very quickly, starting with the individual level. So one, just to get us started quickly, one of the benefits is less violence, right? When there's more gender equality, there's less violence. What else is there in terms of more open and healthy relationships? Good, great. Peace at home, better communication. Better dating life, equal opportunities, healthy relationships, equal happiness, all great. Prevents violence against women and girls, less depression and suicide risks. Everyone can embrace the professional roles best suited for them, regardless of gender. Very good, good for the economy. Yeah, some of these are already going into the other levels. So feel free to add benefits at other levels too, at the collective community level. Easier relationship with kids makes our community safer and healthier. Being able to share problems with a partner, increase safe spaces, better friends. I love this. Yeah. So at the community level, institutional level, let's work here at the institutional level. So at the top, towards the top of your screen, you see an arrow that moves you to the left. So click on that until you get to slide number 4, and then add some thoughts about the benefits of gender equality at the institutional level. And what I mean by institution is things like our government, our law enforcement, our military, our educational institutions, sports. So those bigger kind of groups. So no pay gap, better policy that helps on all levels. Greater representation of women across all fields of work, right? Greater representation of women in leadership positions, greater justice. safer and more comfortable education where no one is pressured because of their gender, businesses that put some women in the top leadership roles do better than business with only men in leadership, healthier populations. Very good. These are great. And again, this is an exercise that I often take participants through. And it's a good way to end this conversation as well, because this is what this change and this work is about, right? And you can see here that this is not just a women's issue, right? That is our end goal, to redress gender inequities over time. But by us doing that, we're also improving the lives of men and boys and people of all genders, and we're helping to address social justice at all levels. So I hope this has been helpful to you. We could have spent a lot more time on each of these topics, but this is meant as an introduction, and it's meant to inspire you, to motivate you, to give you some tools, some approaches, some exposure to how we do this work at White Ribbon. There's many ways of doing this work, but this work is complementary to the work that organizations and experts do to support survivors, to help promote the well-being of individuals, of women and girls who've experienced violence, who help women and girls who are experiencing violence get safety and reduce the risk or the likelihood that they'll continue to experience violence. So this work needs to happen side by side. It needs to be collaborative. And as you can see, men have a strong role to play. Like, there's so many opportunities here. And this doesn't mean taking over the work of women's organizations and women leaders. This means supporting, helping to amplify, standing in solidarity, and empathizing with, amplifying messages of women and women's organizations, and working alongside. That's what we have to do. We can't do this alone, just as men, because we need that accountability there too. We need that support. So we have a long ways to go, but lots of opportunities here. And I'm really glad to be connected with all of you. And I invite you back for tomorrow to learn more about bystander intervention. We'll go deeper into the different kinds of roles that men can play. And we'll talk about allyship and what it means to be accountable in doing this work. So thank you. Thank you again to Madara and to Marta Center and to the Canadian Embassy for supporting this important work. And thank you to all of you for volunteering your time and for being here, for being open, for sharing really amazing comments and questions. I really appreciated all of that. And thank you for being on the road for allyship. And remember, you're not alone. You're part of this larger global community. We're doing the same work in Canada. We're right there with you. Thank you, and see you tomorrow at the same time, same place. So yesterday was about contextualizing the issues, a little bit about the history of White Ribbon, some of the definitions about gender-based violence, and an overview of men and masculinities, a connection to gender equality, looking at some of the harmful gender norms associated with masculinity and how they contribute to inequality and violence. So those are good foundations to have for us to understand this issue and to understand the role that men and boys can play in promoting gender equality and healthy masculinities. And so today we're going to be focusing on that, on bystander intervention, those roles, the actions that we can take forward as individuals and as a group collectively in our different spheres of influence, whether it be in our personal life, in the workplace, in the community, in the institutions or groups or cultural organizations or community-based organizations that we are connected to. So I do see that we have a new participant, Lelde. Leldi, would you like to introduce yourself quickly?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. I'm Lelde. I'm a social worker. I work in Kuldīga municipality. And for me, job with violent is new. I start to work with this group of person just from this January until this time. I work with addictions and addicted people.
Yeah,
Very
important
campaign.
Important work. And yesterday we talked a little bit about substance use as one of the ways in which men often address their stressors and their traumas and their hurts and the fact that men are socialized for the most part to hold in our emotions, right? To keep stoic and to just keep going at all costs. And one of the consequences of that is sometimes men resorting to substance use and other high risk behaviors in order to help them address with their emotions, which in fact in the end it doesn't help, it makes things worse, right? So emotional intelligence is one of the things that we talked about as an important way in which men can turn that harmful norm around and to be more in touch with their emotions and their feelings and to be able to express those in ways that are healthier and more constructive for their lives. So thank you for doing that work. And certainly if you're working with men around substance use, that is one of the conversations or topics for discussion that I think would be very good. How do we deal with our emotions, and what are men taught from a young age to what are the ways in which is okay stereotypically for men to deal with emotions, and what is not okay in terms of pressures and stereotypes and so forth. So thank you for joining us. Okay, great. So maybe we'll do a quick go around if that's okay. We've had a chance to be together yesterday as a group, so I'm going to put some people on the spot and just spend a few minutes just thinking about some of the highlights from yesterday, what people got out of it, if there are any outstanding questions, if they had a chance to think further about some of these topics, perhaps they've had some interesting conversations. So I'm going to go around the screen and in 30 seconds, 45 seconds, just share the one thing that perhaps stood out for you and any question that has popped in your mind. So I'm going to go to my right, and next to me I see Igor. Would you like to share?
Yeah, sure. Hello. Well, I guess today for me is a bit slow. I'm still drinking my second coffee. But what I remember the most from the yesterday is like the way how you can try to change it, the praxis that you called. I'm really excited for that. And that it's also important to kind of understand where people are coming from and where all of those emotions and feelings are coming from, because they are often kind of irrational. Well, they're emotions, they often are, but you have to take them into account when talking to people, either to explain to how are you feeling or to kind of understand or to not understand, but partly it's not, I'm sorry, in Latvian.
Convince?
Yes, convince someone else. So yeah, a lot of thoughts. I still need some time to take them all in. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. And this stuff takes practice, right? The more you talk about it, the more you try, the better you become at it. So take time, because it's, for many of us, we're kind of realizing some of these things for the first time, right? So thank you for sharing. Matisse, you're next on the screen. Hi.
Hi. The course content was great, and I liked the Madbox game basically, which is a great way of framing the conversation that you might have with anybody about this. Basically, to just sort of to put things into context. This is what this is the kind of change that we are talking about in attitude to reach the end result, which is basically less violence. And but my takeaway, but my most important takeaway from yesterday was just how many tiny organizations and activists there are out there here actually that do things that I got to meet yesterday and see have opinions on this, and that was encouraging.
That's awesome to hear. And building our own network is important, right? So that that feeling that we're not alone in this work, in this thinking, and in our commitment to work towards change. So glad to know that you're able to become more aware of that network. And these are folks that you can reach out to and you know, have further conversations about and get support and perhaps collaborate with on you know, maybe an interesting discussion or initiative moving forward. So thank you. Ilha, you're next, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yes, it's like Ilya Maria.
Okay.
For me, like, I don't know, yesterday was very difficult because all these things I can listen many years about what is gender-based violence, and this theoretical. I think a lot of people in Latvia generally know what is it. Other side, like really man can participate in some actions. Because for me, I feel like from our planet, because I really have problems also now with people who have these real stereotypes. I think in this work we have stereotypes about men, because now in really new generation, many other men, they in their like attitudes and actions not work in these stereotypes, and where maybe violence also not coming from stereotypes, but from maybe other sources or something like this. Yes, because it's new generations. I don't know, maybe it's we have this strata in society. Yes, and I know like normal people, men who work with, live with child, and no, I don't know. Yes, but yes, one thing we know, no, I think we have a lot information. Maybe yes, we have problem now because maybe really problems in our place now with violence, not like only stereotypization and these things, because like new generation, they change, like changeable. As also it's with Martha work and other people work, but yes, and for me interesting real more actions with other man about these things, like something.
Great. Well, hopefully you'll leave with some ideas of actions that you can take today. And yeah, so and of course, when it comes to gender stereotypes and patriarchy and socialization, those are you know, a few of the many sources or roots of men's violence against women and girls in particular, but also against other men. And I would encourage you to continue that conversation and to explore further, right? To look at different contexts and different demographics. Perhaps for newer generations, things are a little bit different. So let's have a conversation with them and find out how is it different. One question that I often ask folks that I work with is, what did you observe? What did you witness growing up in terms of your, like, from your parents' generation, your grandparents' generation, right? And how are things different today in your generation? What are some of those challenges? What are some of the things in common that perhaps you have with your parents' generation, with your grandparents' generation? But what is different and what needs to change, right? So I shared with you yesterday that I grew up, right, with violence in my family, right? So one of the things that I promised to myself and to my family is that I'm going to parent my kids differently than I was parented, right? I'm not going to use violence. I'm not going to use physical discipline to correct their behaviors, right? I'm going to look at other more constructive, healthier, and more effective ways of addressing kids' misbehaviors, because that's so normal, right? So those are the kinds of questions that we need to think about, right? Let's look back at our parents. What lessons did we get from them? Were they good lessons? Were they not so great lessons? Were our parents also influenced by the way that they were parented? And perhaps they didn't get a chance to learn, healthier ways of parenting, right? They just went with what they were taught and what they grew up with. So we have an opportunity to have those cross-generational discussions, which are really important. And just because things were done one way in previous generations doesn't mean that we have to continue them. In fact, it's better that we kind of look into those and we kind of deconstruct it and try to understand why that happened, and then move forward in new ways. For those of you working with fathers, for example, I would encourage that conversation. It's a tough one to have, and sometimes it gets people to think back to not so great experiences, and you got to be prepared to provide the supports and the emotional support and encourage people to practice emotional literacy as they express those or share those stories, and they share it with other group participants. It's an interesting way, a good way to practice empathy, to demonstrate empathy as a facilitator, for example, demonstrating compassion and support, listening, right? Yeah. So thank you for sharing that. And next on my screen is Dasi. Hi, and sorry again if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Hi, that's totally all right. I have few versions like days and another. It's Datse, but I'm happy. Actually, yesterday made me think about emotions. And while I feel actually even more comfortable working on these issues as a representative from the Embassy of Canada, somehow it's easier to find ways there how to contribute. I was seeking also for more ways to get engaged in these activities, or just in making world a better place when it comes to gender-based violence as a private individual. And then I realized that actually I guess maybe it is easier for me, also for me as a woman in this society, to be emotional and express it, and I feel comfortable with it. And that's why maybe I never even thought that much about this, that maybe my male friends, they keep themselves in these boxes and don't dare to be that emotional. And maybe sometimes I just don't notice that. So I would like to take a note to myself to somehow to encourage, or not maybe in the direct way, but somehow to make them feel comfortable to express themselves, and when they do so, I'll take it as a compliment, and I'll try to make them feel that it's totally all right, and if needed, I'm there for them. So that's my lesson from yesterday.
Great. And I would encourage you to bring back some of these issues into the workplace, right? You work with the embassy. It is a workplace, and I'm sure there's dynamics there, just there as there are in any workplace, around women's roles and men's roles. One of the examples that I often bring up about gender equality in the workplace is, for example, who takes minutes, who organizes the meetings, who organizes the room where the meetings are going to take place, who looks after the refreshments and the cleanup, who chairs those meetings, who makes the decisions, how much time are people given to contribute, who does most of the talking, right? So these are things that, it's not just the Canadian Embassy, of course, it's everywhere. And even I, as the executive director for White Ribbon, I have to constantly think through that. What is my role in working with my team as a male leader, right? How do I make sure that my colleagues, the women on my team, are treated with equality, that we rotate our different roles in organizing, that the decision making, when possible, of course, is done in a consultative kind of way. And so all of these things are equally applicable to the workplace. And emotional literacy is important in the workplace as well. As male leaders, as male employees, we need to think about how we deal with stressors and conflict in the workplace, because often that leads to pretty problematic behaviors as well. Yeah, and we know that women experience this in disproportionate ways in the workplace. We know that racialized workers do too, and LGBTQ community members. So definitely lots to think about in terms of our different spheres of existence, our personal life and our professional life as well. So thank you for sharing. Lelde, you've already introduced yourself. Do you want to say a few more words perhaps about, even in these few exchanges, how you think this would apply to the work that you're doing?
In my job, I have a young man who has from prison. They come and they have told me about this experience that they have in prison, and it was very hard for me. And it's the reason why I'm so I want to know more about it. I want to make them place where they can come to talk. Their place where they are welcoming to come.
Yes, and corrections, prisons, those are often places that are deeply enforcing of those traditional harmful stereotypes, right, in terms of what it is okay to do and not to do as a man, especially through the expression of emotions, for example. That it's very, very difficult, very challenging to break through those molds. So anyone who's being reintegrated into society and you're working with them, certainly that is an area to explore for sure, and work with and through with participants. So thank you for doing that work. Yeah. Agnes, are you able to share? Hi. Oh, your microphone is muted.
Yeah. I saw. Hello. Do you hear me? Okay. It's nice to see you and to hear you. And sorry, I had to leave yesterday. I couldn't stay till then. But since my everyday work is very much connected with gender equality, since I am working in the in the policy making in the ministry of which is responsible for these issues and developing a policy. So it's of course this issue is very well known for me. It's we are trying to actualize and so to say initialize some activities. Especially last year we initiated, and there was one international conference organized about men's role in nowadays society, called Barbershop, which you may be very very well. And this was the first try how to start to speak about these issues, masculinity, and to see what we can do. And I think this is a very good initiative from and good work started by Center Marta and Madara. Excellent work she's doing, and it's always good for the ministry not to work alone. So we can't do anything without support or need from society, and society, the word or the voice can give through the NGOs, for example, and it's good to see that there today and yesterday there are new faces, so to say, and new people, men especially, that are interested, who are interested in this issue and wants to do something in this field. And it's so that means we are not alone, and we have we can make some cooperation, and there is a so to say, we can be sure that there we will have supporters in our job and initiatives, and we are not alone, let's say. So yeah, and I can say that I had an opportunity for already for a long time ago, but we had an opportunity to have your colleague Michael Kaufman to host him in Latvia, and he came to Latvia and gave us some sort of a seminar and also open lecture for people, and he was very passionate and nice person and from which we learned a lot, and yes, there are some initiatives we are trying to implement also in our society, like white ribbon ambassadors. We try to somehow to initiate this initiative. So I feel very comfortable, and I think it's a great job you are doing, and all the themes you were talking about yesterday. Of course, I'm very well. I am aware, and it's our everyday job how to try to tell and how to raise awareness about these issues and change attitudes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. And of course, I know Michael. Michael Kaufman is one of those early co-founders of the White Ribbon Campaign. Him and two other men in particular in Toronto, who 2 years after the Montreal massacre came together and came up with this idea of the White Ribbon. So it's great that you've met him. And I was also smiling when you mentioned the barbershop conference. Because I certainly have had a chance to deliver some of those sessions for the UN as well. So very similar session to this one, working with staff at UN in the United Nations and with leaders as well, to look at the role of men in promoting gender equality more widely. So thank you for the work that you do, and absolutely forming partnerships between government and civil society, and the private sector as well, when possible, is key in addressing this issue. And yeah, so thank you for supporting Marta Center and organizations like it to do this work. And my advice for policymakers, of course, is always to ensure that policies address gender equality proactively, and that barriers are removed, that old stereotypes and fences are removed as well, and then for prevention, education, awareness, and engagement to be viewed as a side by side, as a complementary strategy to supporting survivors. So we must do both prevention and education, and support survivors of family violence, of gender-based violence, of sexual violence, of harassment. So because one cannot exist without the other, right? So thank you for that work. So next on my screen, I have Major Kyle. Kyle, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'd probably say that I don't know if any of the terms were new to me last night, because I've been lucky enough to be exposed to a lot of this through my work with the Army. What I did find the most beneficial was just watching the exercises and seeing that, you know, the struggles that men perceive against them is almost universal. You know, whether we grew up in a Canadian society or we grew up in a Latvian society, which is, you know, very different when we start to look at some of the generations, but yet the same struggles men are perceiving, or you know, what women perceive men are going through, are almost identical. So I found that really interesting to take away, and it's something that, you know, I'll use when I talk to my own soldiers, that, you know, this is not just a Canadian thing, or this is not just a Latvian thing. This is a universal thing.
It's a really good point. You know, I've had the opportunity to do this kind of work around the world, and the conversations that we had yesterday are having today are very familiar to me. You know, the kinds of struggles, challenges, and also opportunities. Though the commitment, the desire for change, I've seen that. I've experienced that right around the world, whether it be in the remote highlands of Papua New Guinea, in Zambia, in Brazil, in Cape Verde. You know, there's a lot of common ground. These stereotypes are almost universal. Sometimes there's, you know, slight differences, you know, according to context, culture, tradition, and so forth. But for the most part, these are pretty universal challenges. So good point. And last but not least on my screen, I have Carlis.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So what I was thinking about, since I didn't introduce yesterday, but we met in one discussion before. I'm a researcher, researches gender-based violence, especially in families, and the whole situation of violence in Latvia. And I was thinking, it was actually something that Igor brought up about the spaces that are not reached by certain kinds of messages, and the spaces that do not include this kind of reflexivity of the violence as something that is possibly not the best way to solve certain situations, and some of the spaces, yeah, that came up to me. One was especially the churches in Latvia, which there's a lot of discussion of homophobia and not ordination of women, which has been not allowed, and why bringing that up? I was thinking of, you know, how much this, you know, what could the messaging be there, and yeah, so my thinking in this regard was actually addressed to very certain groups that I've been trying to research of how they understand and how their vision of better emotional lives within families come together with very homophobic messages, and that, you know, even within this vision of trying to promote healthy families, you can put in these very ingrained discriminatory messages that reproduce multiple forms of violence. And yes, I was trying to figure out some ideas of how to find that way to address it. And I guess this is today's topic as well. And then all these contexts are very situated in specific understandings and practices. And yeah, so yeah, this kind of idea of the context of something very specific, like Kyle as well says, the army context that, you know, also has some universal things maybe, but something very specific that that the people there, you know, confirm to and are complicit in as well.
Thank you for sharing that. And yes, what a great entry point, faith and religion, and in particular, male faith leaders. And there's been a lot of work done on this topic around the world. And you mentioned homophobia and how difficult it is to deal with homophobia within faith or within religious institutions. not just homophobia, but many other topics as well. One of the concepts that I've come across that I found very helpful, in addition to what I mentioned yesterday, that in doing this work, we have to meet people where they are, right? And understand their position and then build on that and provide a safe but transformative opportunity for people to learn and to potentially grow and understand things differently. When it comes to faith and difficult topics, I always go back to the concept of doing no harm, right? Faith and religions are about promoting the best of humanity, of supporting one another, of reducing harms and bettering society and bettering people's lives. So in having those conversations, introduce the concept of do no harm, right? Religions do not want to do harm, and by promoting stereotypes or promoting inequitable views towards certain populations or groups, that is doing harm. And so if a faith leader is not yet ready to talk openly about supporting the LGBTQ community, for example, the concept of doing no harm would say, then don't make a statement. If you're not ready to support a community, then don't talk about it, right? Do no harm, because the opposite of that is promoting discrimination and promoting stereotypes and encouraging people to think ill of the LGBTQ community, for example. So encourage them to practice that concept, do no harm. And until they're ready to speak in a different way about that particular topic, maybe they need to defer to someone else within the group that can provide a different message, or maybe they need to steer completely away from addressing that issue for now, and then think about how in the future they may be able to do that differently. Okay, and there's many great examples of how that's been done all over the world. This is not just a North American Western concept. This concept has been applied in many countries in Africa. For example, our colleagues in South Africa have a great deal of experience working with faith leaders there in the context of, for example, HIV promotion, ending homophobia, HIV prevention, ending homophobia, addressing reproductive rights for women in very difficult, very traditional, very conservative, very strict kind of cultural and religious contexts, and they've learned a lot from that experience. And I would encourage you to look at some of those resources. Get in touch with me, and I'll happily share some research that's been done in this area if you haven't come across yet. Okay, great. So thank you very much. And as you can see from this exchange, there's some really good entry points already that we talked about, right? The workplace, working with youth in corrections, working with faith leaders, working with fathers. Those of you working in education, there's a great opportunity to work with educators, but also with students at different ages in different stages of learning, working with the military. Law enforcement is very similar to that context as well. So great entry points here for us to explore further, for you to build on and see if you could perhaps collaborate and attach some specific actions to continue these conversations, to address these issues within those spheres of influence. Okay. And now you have a good group of people here that you can rely on, that you can connect with and get support from, and work together to implement some of those initiatives. So we'll spend a little bit more time brainstorming later on about this, but let's look at bystander intervention next, and some of the key effective approaches of intervening when you see, observe, witness something that is wrong. So let me share my screen, and I'll take you through a brief presentation. Let's see, make sure this is working well. So just bear with me here for a second as I set this up. Okay. And I am going to change that so that you see the main presentation. Okay, great. I think you see the main slide now. All right. Okay, so just a reminder again that this is a safe space, and I've seen already, I've observed from the way that you've been interacting that you're applying those concepts of safe spaces, that you're practicing good listening and you're being respectful in your engagements, and so we'll just continue with that. And just a reminder to all of you as well that this session is being recorded. And that it's only for internal use. It's to help train other future participants or folks who may be interested in supporting Marta Center to do this work in Latvia. Okay, so this is not to be shared widely. So I encourage you to continue participating openly and honestly. So we just went through some reflections from day one, and this is the agenda, as I mentioned already. So bystander intervention, the roles that men can play. And we're going to talk a little bit about allyship and accountability and what that means, and then next steps in terms of what we can all do individually and collectively moving forward. So bystander intervention, just some quick contributions from the group, perhaps. What is a bystander? Who would like to take a try at defining what a bystander is? Go ahead.
People living close to us, living, breathing,
yeah,
doing things, working. These are our neighbors. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody that's close to us, near us physically, that's able to witness or observe something. Yeah. Any other definitions? That's a good one. Yeah, it's very much that. So someone who's in a position of witnessing and observing, and that is close to an event, or maybe in a position to intervene in a particular situation. And so what bystander intervention is about is it helps us understand the role that we can play as observers when something happens, when we feel that something is wrong, that someone is being mistreated, or there's an episode of violence about to happen, or there's some harassment happening, or an inappropriate joke has just been made. So these are some of the key steps to key decision-making steps in bystander intervention. First, you must notice the event, right? If you don't notice the event, then there's probably very likely it's very likely that you won't be able to intervene. You'll probably just walk past it, or you'll continue the conversation. You don't even realize. Okay, so and in order to notice an event, what's needed here is a level of awareness and knowledge that what was said or what is being done is not right. And sometimes you can get that by just an instinct, a feeling of instinct, right? Something in your gut feels wrong about what was just said, or what is happening. You feel tension. You can almost feel stress in listening to a person's tone of voice when they're speaking with another person. You see that level of anger, frustration, anxiety is kind of increasing. Okay, so that's the first step. Notice the event, observe it, and sometimes this needs to be done very quickly. So interpret the event as a problem. So you have choices when you witness when you see that something wrong is happening. Sometimes people will, just say things like, oh, this is just two folks having an argument, or, oh, it's a bad joke, but someone is just trying to be funny. It's okay, right? It's not a problem. Like, we're just having fun here, right? Someone is being a little bit too close and to someone else, and perhaps that person is a woman, and you notice that she's feeling uncomfortable. She's pushing him away, perhaps, and maybe your interpretation is, oh, it's okay. She can take care of it. No problem. I don't need to get involved, right? So you need to put yourself in a different mindset. You notice the event, you see something is wrong here, then interpret it as a problem. It is a problem, so accept that to yourself, and avoid the idea of justifying, of explaining it away, of rationalize it. Just accept it as a problem. Something needs to be done about this problem. Assume a personal responsibility. This is again where a lot of bystanders just say things like, I don't want to get involved. Someone else will address that. The two of them can just resolve it themselves, and just walk away or continue to ignore, often feeling very uncomfortable, feeling guilty afterwards, perhaps even maybe a degree of shame, right? So in this case, this step requires you to assume personal responsibility and accepting that you have a role to play in addressing this issue. It's not a private matter. So remember that violence, gender-based violence and harassment, these are not private matters. These are public issues. They're issues that deal with safety and equality, and we all need to play a role. Even if it's happening in a private setting, even if it's happening in the next door apartment and you hear a lot of yelling and things breaking. So assume personal responsibility. Don't excuse it. Don't think that because it's happening in the apartment next door that you have no business in getting involved, right? You do, and you should. And there are many things you can do in order to intervene effectively. And number 4 is know how to help, right? This is, again, another point. Even if people accept all those first 3 points, they witness the event, they are well aware of it, they interpret it as a problem, they think, I should do something about this, but then the question is, what should I do? I don't know what to do, therefore I'm not going to get involved. I have no idea what to do here. This is escalating quickly. This seems to be turning into a really uncomfortable issue for the person that's being harassed. Or a sexual joke was made and everybody's laughing. Now, what do? I don't know what to do. Everybody is laughing. If I say something, it's going to be a problem for me. They're going to turn their attention on me and say that I'm a party pooper and I don't appreciate humor and all those things. So knowing what to do, knowing how to intervene effectively is important. And then the final step is to implement. So after you have an idea of what you can do to intervene, just do it. Don't walk away. Lots of people still walk away at this point. Perhaps they know what to do, they have some ideas, but then they go back to, it feels like it should just be resolved between the two of them. I don't want to get involved. I'm too busy. I have to go. It's, I'm in a rush. So make a decision to implement. It's important to do that, because if you don't, then that situation could escalate, could become even more violent, could lead to even greater degree of harassment, or it could move from harassment to sexual assault in some cases. It could lead from a big fight in the next door apartment to next morning you waking up to the police knocking at your door and saying that the woman in the apartment next door was found seriously injured or dead. Okay, so implement it, make a plan. So here are some things that you need to consider before intervening, because it's not easy sometimes, and there's some risks and safety considerations that you need to take into account before you effectively intervene. So think about the why, when, and how to intervene. Why? It's because some of those points that I made earlier, we all have a role to play, and if you don't do it, then who's going to do it? and the person may need help, and you're there, you're in a position to de-escalate what is going on. When is it the appropriate time to intervene? For example, if you notice that you notice a problematic exchange between your boss and one of your colleagues, right? Do you intervene immediately, or do you have a conversation with the person who experienced the behavior and then your boss later on, or do you go to HR and talk about it? So when is something that needs to be considered as well. Sometimes you are required to intervene immediately. If someone is at risk, you hear those shouts and screams and things breaking and things really escalating very quickly in the apartment next door, you probably should think about intervening immediately and calling the police, likely in that kind of situation. Or if there's a big argument and things are still, early in that argument, you might want to go and interrupt whatever is happening. Maybe you want to go knock on the door and ask if they have eggs. You ran out of eggs. Can I borrow some eggs from you? Okay. So I'm giving some tips already in terms of how to de-escalate without putting yourself further at risk, and the how. So how do you intervene, right? In some cases, you have to take immediate steps. You have to call the police. In other cases, you should check with a person that has experienced whatever incident that you witnessed and check on them and see if they would like you to help and help them figure out what to do next. In some cases, it may involve, just de-escalating some sort of joke and some sort of comment that's misogynistic or homophobic or racist, or a combination of those. Okay. So when you think about all of that, also keep in mind risk and safety. So if two people are physically fighting, if there's a physical altercation going on, what will happen if you try to get in between? If you try to separate them, for example, it's very likely that that violence may turn on you. So you need to think about what are the risks of intervening. One of the most common risks that I get asked about is, what do I do if it's a position of authority within my workplace or within my institution? I could lose my job if I call my boss out for something that he just said or did, right? So take those risks into consideration when you determine how to intervene. Because if there's a physical altercation going on, you likely should not get involved. You should call the police right away, right? If you're dealing with your boss and you think that there's a high risk of getting fired, maybe considering the when to intervene is the best thing to do there, and instead have a conversation with the person on the receiving end of that treatment and support them. Ask them, what would you like me to do? What would you like? What kind of support you need? Perhaps help them understand what the options they have. Is there a policy, code of conduct that person can review and see what the recommendations are in that policy in addressing workplace harassment? Perhaps the next step would be considering going to HR and making a complaint. So having that conversation with a person that experienced that incident may reduce the risks of immediate repercussions towards you, but you're still supporting the person that experienced. You're still being a significant ally. So risks and safety that's something that is important to keep in mind. Many men just take a very quick superhero kind of pose or stance, and they will want to go in and kind of be the savior and change the situation right away. And that is not always the right approach. That is not always the safest thing to do. And in many cases, we hear these stories of good Samaritans losing their life because they tried to intervene in a violent situation and the violence turned on them, and they either got really injured or they lost their life in trying to resolve the situation. You don't want to be in that position, because that's no good either. That's we don't want to deflect the violence onto ourselves in order to effectively effectively intervene. We want to de-escalate. We want to look for help, ask for help. We need to check in with the person that experienced that violence and support them. Okay. And then consider the impact of intervening versus doing nothing, right? So you have a chance, if you can intervene effectively, you have a chance to support someone to stop that that behavior from occurring again in the future. You have an opportunity to, to just demonstrate good allyship for the folks that whose behavior or negative attention were targeted at. Okay, doing nothing is the opposite of that. So doing nothing, as I mentioned, could lead to the person experiencing violence, experiencing further injury or death, or it could be to you contributing to the normalcy of misogyny, homophobia, racism in the workplace. It will continue, and we know the impacts, the kind of impacts that can have in the long run. Okay. So different forms of intervention. Direct intervention is when you have a conversation or you address the problem directly. When you, in terms of delegating, means you help the person take further steps or delegate the issue to someone else, like to the police, for example. Distract is the knocking on the next door and asking if you can borrow some eggs, or if there's a situation happening in public. Obviously you're not going to ask them to borrow eggs. You may want to ask them for directions or ask them if they have the time. So do like even a simple silly distraction like that can help to de-escalate the situation, and it can give the person who's experiencing that problematic behavior an opportunity to step away and walk away from the situation. It also may break that anger, that stress, that frustration on the part of the perpetrator. Okay, so distraction is also very good. It's also good in the context of addressing jokes. You can change the subject very quickly. It can create some sort of distraction that breaks the tempo of that behavior, right? And of course, then you may want to take some further actions after distracting. For example, in the context of asking to borrow eggs from your next door neighbor, after things calm down, you may want to, when it's safe, when you have an opportunity, you may want to follow up with a person that was receiving that behavior and check on them, ask them if they're okay, if they need help, that you're there to support them, validate some of those feelings, right? So there's still some follow-ups that may need to happen even when you take these steps. And that is the check-in. So that is what I meant just now. Check in with the person afterwards, right? And you're there to support, and not necessarily to take over things for them. Remember, you're not going to be a superhero. You're just going to be an ally, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. It's really important to think about your position when you are in a position to be an effective bystander. Sometimes you can use your privilege and your power to intervene in an effective way. Okay, so here, this is within the Canadian context, but you can also apply it to the Latvian context as well. So the top half of this screen talks about our positions of power. So when it comes to sexual orientation, being straight is a position of privilege, of power. In the Canadian context, Christian being in a position of power, and when it comes to religion, middle to upper class, being white, being Canadian born or Latvian born, that comes with a degree of privilege in comparison to, for example, someone who may be a refugee or an immigrant. Being a youth or an adult between the ages of 18 and 40. So we know that children don't have as much privilege and decision-making ability. And the same thing with seniors, those who are of older ages. Being a male, right? So men have privilege and power, able-bodied, as opposed to someone who is disabled, someone whose gender identity is that binary, the male or the female, versus someone who identifies as trans, for example, or is gender non-conforming. And also colonization. So someone who is a settler, someone who is not an indigenous person in a country may have power over indigenous communities that have a history of colonization, of discrimination and violence, and so many other forms of oppression. So on the lower part of the circle, you have those other areas of lack of privilege, lack of power, right? For the most part. So indigenous people, trans, non-binary, disabled, women, older adults, immigrants, migrants and refugee populations, racialized populations, right? So in the context of North America, we've been talking about lots and lots about white supremacy, about anti-Black violence and discrimination, about police brutality, right? So that is a form, though, that is a site of discrimination and disempowerment. Class, working class, lower income, the poor, and those on social assistance, and so forth, right? LGBTQ communities, non-Christian communities. So if you are, part of those categories of privilege, you have an opportunity to use that privilege to support and be an ally to those who are underprivileged or who are marginalized. And sometimes you have combinations of privilege and disempowerment. Perhaps you may be of middle to upper class, but you may be disabled, or you may be a trans person. So you may experience power and privilege in some ways, but then in other ways you may experience disenfranchisement and discrimination. So that is something that you need to keep in mind too in your role as a bystander. And one of the reasons for not walking away is because you want to be an ally to individuals and communities who have and continue to experience that disproportionate discrimination and harassment and violence. Okay, so let's go through ways to support a survivor, and then and then another slide, and then I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments. So here's a way to various ways to support survivors. So now that you've intervened, you took those steps, you used distraction or delegate, or you were able to intervene directly, you were successful. Now you're left having to, or thinking about how to best support the person that experienced the incident that you just intervened in, right? So when the time is right, you should approach that person, right? Without judgment. You should encourage conversation, but do not push. They may not be ready to talk to you, and if that's the case, then it's okay, and respect that. Maybe later will be a better time, or maybe, maybe all it takes is to say, I saw what happened. I'm here to support you. When you're ready, know that I will support you when you are ready to have this conversation. Respond with patience, with support and encouragement. Keep things private, right? One of the reasons why people don't want to report these incidents of harassment and violence is for fear that this will all of a sudden become a public knowledge, and they will feel embarrassed. They'll be afraid that further negative attention will come their way. They will be afraid of not being believed or losing their jobs, right? So keep things private between you and the survivor. Be there regardless of excuses, rejection, defensiveness, or denial, okay? It's very common for especially people in relationships, women in relationships, to say, oh, it's okay, I'm used to this, I'm tired, but he does this every other day. Or, today he's violent, but tomorrow he's he makes up and he's nice again. it's okay, don't worry, we're fine, you know, we're trying to be a happy family. It's very common to hear that, or for a person to in the workplace to make similar excuses. That's all right, you know, I'm used to this, right? I see this every day. People make these kinds of jokes around me all the time. I don't, you know, I don't want to do anything about this, because doing something about it means that, you know, I'll just be further targeted and stuff like that. And you know, and that you got to respect that, right? Because that means the person is not ready to address yet the situation. So just be there and just tell them, well, you know, I'm here for you, I support you. I don't think what happened was right. And if you need anything from me, if you need my support, if you need to talk, if you want me to attend a meeting with HR with you, you know, I'm here. You just let me know, right? Reassuring them that it's not their fault, just as I mentioned, right? A lot of folks think that they brought this on themselves. A lot of women in relationships feel that, oh, you know, I was late, I didn't have dinner ready, so he came home and that dinner was not ready, and he got really upset, and the poor guy works all day, he worked so hard, and then he lost his mind and hit me. There's many ways in which survivors rationalize this violence and discrimination, right? So it's important then for you just to reassure them it's not your fault. You know, we all make mistakes. We don't deserve to experience violence, and that's not the right way for us to address conflict, right? I'm here to support you. If you want to talk about this or figure out further things you can do, let me know, right? Do not assume that the abuse is not that serious. So I just gave you some common explanations for as to how people end up rationalizing what happened to them. Don't accept those explanations yourself, right? Continue to feel the way that you felt. I mean, you intervened because you felt that something is wrong, so it likely is wrong, and so stick to that. But don't pressure the person, right? The person who experienced that incident may not be at the same level as you are in terms of understanding these issues and understanding or accepting what has happened to them. Okay, so let them make their own decision. If someone does not want to report what happened at work to HR, then you have to respect that. If someone is at a bar and has experienced harassment and pressure and coercion, and they don't want to get the police involved, or they don't want the bar to kick this person out, you respect their decision, right? I would say that the only time you should rethink this is if there is immediate risk. So if you think that an incident of violence is about to turn really bad, and there's a serious risk of injury or of you know, someone losing their life, for example, then you should call the police for sure. But otherwise, let survivors make their own decision, because they need to be ready for the next steps that are to come, and not everybody is. It takes time, and this is one of the reasons why, for example, survivors of sexual violence take many years to come forward and to hold someone to account, because it's really difficult. It's really difficult to have to deal with the steps that come with making that decision to report. Okay, but we always many people jump into that quick judgment that they should have called the police. Why didn't you leave? That person should have left their abuser, right? Why did she stay so long? Well, for many reasons, one of which is it's the pain, the trauma, and the hope that things will get better, and not wanting to, you know, to have their lives further turned upside down. And we may think that's irrational, that's really problematic, that they're not doing the right thing, but ultimately it has to be their own decision, because otherwise, if you force it, if you're judgmental, it may cause more harm than good. Provide practical support. So in the case of the sexual harassment in the workplace, you may want to review the code of conduct, or to, you know, pull up the policy on anti-harassment and how to report. You may want to share that with a person and leave it with them for their consideration. Not take the steps on their behalf unless they ask you to, but it's best to leave it with a person and encourage them and to say, I'm here for you. I witnessed it. I can speak for the issue. I can support you when you're ready. Help them rebuild themselves. You may be in a situation of needing to support a family member or a neighbor move out of their house because their husband or partner was arrested for using violence towards them, right? There may be children as well. And in the context of the workplace, they may need help considering, what to do now the person that harassed them was fired. They don't know how to address this with the rest of the team, or they're afraid of colleagues being judgmental or not believing them or blaming them, right? So be there for them and ask them, what can you do to support them take next subsequent steps? Do not mediate. Men in particular feel sometimes the pressure to get in between there, to kind of try to make things better, to patch them up and to be a mediator. That I would not do that. I would not recommend doing that. I think that conversations are best had with a counselor, perhaps, if that's the mediation that's required, or with an HR manager. Often mediating can cause more harm than good, especially if done prematurely, because the perpetrator will stick to their conviction that they did nothing wrong or that it was the other person's fault for what they did. So mediation does not always work. Sometimes people just have to, perpetrators need to experience their accountabilities and consequences, and those who survived or who experienced the behavior need to feel supported. And mediation, reconciliation is not always possible. And look after yourself. Take care of yourself, because this work is hard. It's very emotional. It can create a lot of stress and anxiety. Those professionals doing this work day in and out in law enforcement, military, you see the rates of post-stress traumatic disorder because of the impact of having to deal with highly charged, difficult, traumatizing, terrible situations and scenarios sometimes. So take care of yourself, practice self-care. If possible, get help as well, counseling, talk to your friends, to your loved ones, debrief. In the context of the workplace, you may want to have a meeting with HR afterwards, or may want to access your employee assistance program. Okay. So the empowered bystander has the ability to recognize the violence, has the motivation to intervene to stop it, has options for safe and effective intervention, and an empowered bystander can change the world, whether it be an individual's world, or in the context of the workplace, help bring attention to harassment and discriminatory behavior, and can contribute to changes in approach and new policies and training and employee engagement and all of that. So I encourage all of you to be an empowered bystander. And of course, there's a lot more to this. One of the things when I have more time is I give individuals some case scenarios and encourage people to role play, because it's one thing to learn about this and to understand the theory of bystander intervention. It's another thing to actually be confronted with one of these real life scenarios and then being able to step into that role. It takes practice. It doesn't come easy. So I'm going to open the floor for any questions or observations or comments. Perhaps you have a situation that you've experienced before. Maybe you feel that one of these steps or approaches doesn't work, and maybe you're confused about one of the do's or don'ts. So Happy to take your questions and comments at this point. Let me know if this resonates or if something doesn't make sense to you yet. Who would like to go first?
Maybe I can start then. Actually, maybe I'll finally get the answer to something that has been bothering me for a very long time. I haven't had many situations like this, but there was this one that I still tend to get back to and think what I could have done otherwise. It was a working day. I was on my way to the embassy, and quite close to the embassy there's another big office building, and I was walking on the pavement and there was a car parked, and it seemed like the man just gave a lift to the woman, and apparently she works there. That's what I presumed. And what attracted my attention was that the man was like, you can see from the body language that he was talking to her very aggressively, and at one moment he even grabbed her by her like jacket. I stopped there. I noticed that they don't even noticed me stopping and like really like staring at them, and I knocked on the window, and they didn't open the window nor door, so I just tried to show with a sign to the woman because she was closer to me. I was like, "Are you okay?" Something, and she goes, "Yes, everything, yeah, good," and go away. And then I thought, what can I do in this situation if the victim, and that's understandable, of course, that she most likely she wouldn't ask for help. And then I thought, maybe I should call for the police, but then again he drives away and I end up standing there and yes, and what should I do? Should I just stand there from distance and wait for him to leave and then quickly run to the woman, because that's a huge office building. I was quite sure I wouldn't be able to find her otherwise afterwards. So and yes, and actually I ended up doing nothing because at that moment I couldn't think of the best solution. The only thing was that I went to the embassy. I checked with my colleagues because they're most of them taking the same path. So, well, if you've noticed this car, I wrote down the numbers, and maybe you can have a look as well, because if she works there, maybe it happens like every morning when he's giving lift, and if you witnessed, and yes, and actually one of my colleagues said that he also noticed the same thing, and he was doing exactly the same thing. He was offering the help, but there was no way to help because the victim refused. And yes, and I just don't know what could have I done otherwise.
It's a good question and a complicated one too, right? I mean, you could come to the same realization in addressing one of these scenarios that I mentioned earlier, your neighbor next door, where you hear a lot of screaming and things breaking, and you knock the door and you ask for eggs and you quickly ask, is everything okay? And they say, yeah, everything's okay, no problem. And then you realize that this is not looking good. This is not the first time that you see this. You do have that option of doing nothing or thinking about what else you could do. You talked with your colleagues, they also made the same observations. I would consider, what is my gut feeling? What am I left with? Am I still left uncomfortable here? And if so, or am I completely satisfied that I did everything I could and that's sufficient in that particular case? But if you're left with an uneasy feeling, I would think brainstorm in your head or perhaps consult with your colleagues as to what else can be done. And maybe a report needs to be done with the police. Maybe they need to have a record with what happened, the person's license plate. They may even decide not to do anything about it this time, but perhaps next time they may receive another complaint. Someone else has witnessed this again, and they look back at their files and say, there's a pattern of behavior here that's problematic, and we probably should look into this. This car has been seen in this very helpful ways. Let's go and look into this, right? So that is another thing that you could potentially do in this particular case. What comes to mind in this case is this a conflict between, you know, two partners? Or is this some sort of exploitative kind of situation where someone is trying to kidnap or force someone into a situation of exploitation or something like that? That's what would come to mind. And again, in that case, it may be helpful for the police to have a record of it, and they may have already, in which case you're just helping them become more aware and perhaps take further action and let them make those decisions, right? Yeah, I hope that helps.
Well, I can kind of suggest maybe another thing, like if you happen to have like what we do sometimes, and we know that some people have done, of course, then you need to know the number of Marta Center or something like that. But you can just like, maybe in case if you would say that you can approach the lady later on, just give her like the leaflet or like or the number in case you need help. Like you like not going into much conversation, not much into anything else, but just offering a resource where she could go and ask for the help. But this, of course, then you have to be able at that moment to find this resource or to approach her. So yeah, that's tricky always.
No, it's actually very, very true, because we had at the embassy at that moment, we had Marta's brochures, and I actually took one of them in my purse because I felt so bad after that situation that I was really hoping to see them again. And then I thought that even like if they would just like, I don't know, open the door for a moment for me just to check on something, I would just throw at her this brochure or whatever. Yes, and actually just to comment on that, yes, after thinking through for a while, I realized that as per the knowledge that I had at that moment, I felt like, well, I did what I could. I warned my colleagues to follow up in case if they spot them as well. I knocked. I didn't just pass by. But then I realized that maybe it's only up to the knowledge I had at that time. I felt like I did everything I knew. Then I realized that actually maybe I should learn more and increase the knowledge of level of knowledge just to learn. So I'm very thankful once again for the training we have these days.
Very good. So knowing where to refer people to is important, right? So Marta Center, definitely. And think about where could the perpetrator go to as well. Perhaps not in this case, you may not be ready, but you may find yourself in a situation of speaking with a family member, maybe, that has used violence, or with a coworker who has engaged in harassing behavior. And remember that your role there is to be supportive, but also challenging at the same time. You don't want to take the side of the perpetrator. You're there to support the survivor. You know what they did is wrong. But you know, people can change and should change and deserve the opportunity to work on their problematic behaviors and to make changes in their lives and to ultimately get to a position of doing things differently, living life differently, apologizing, making amends, addressing the harms that they committed in the past, right? So we must think about you know, what can be done for the perpetrators as well. So be ready to provide those supports or referrals to those supports. And maybe counseling, it may be an employee assistance program. There may be organizations in Latvia that work directly with male perpetrators of violence, for example. Be ready to provide those referrals too, because otherwise, if work is not done, even when, you know, a perpetrator is arrested and serves a prison term, we know that it's not always possible to properly rehabilitate those folks. And in Canada, we've had some situations where after serving a number of years or months for committing domestic violence, at least one perpetrator in my region here where I live in Canada, then was released right? Was given a probationary period, had a probation officer that he needed to report in and everything, but then took revenge on the women that that he had harmed, that called the police, and he ended up murdering his ex-partner and 2 other women in the community. So we know that those kinds of those kinds of interventions are not always don't always work in the long term. So in addition to perpetrators experiencing accountability, they also need to change their behaviors around. They need a different kind of approach and support and services, so that they don't go and reoffend afterwards. They don't leave other victims, other survivors in their footsteps. Okay. Kyle, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I wanted to mention is, so for a long time, the Army's been talking about gender-based violence and how do we prevent it. And it was really not a lot being reported. It was very quiet. And then we started a program called Bystander Intervention within the Army, where every year we talk about it, right down to the lowest ranking soldier. And it became almost a support network for people, knowing that everyone in the Army was there to help them. And we started to see suddenly people coming out who hadn't, said a word for 20 years about their attack or whatever they'd gone, had committed against them, because they felt like they were alone. So I think sometimes as a bystander, we get really frustrated when we don't see the reaction we want right away, because, it's kind of that human nature. We want to see a problem, solve a problem. We don't always appreciate that, it might be that one little thing that helps that person later on, go out and seek the help, because knowing that they're not alone. But, they might be so embarrassed right at, at the moment not to say anything, but, give them a bit of time when they can, calm their emotions, and they realize that, you were actually the person who helped them. So I think sometimes as a bystander, just telling someone that you're there and you understand can be all the strength that they need to act later on.
Exactly. Sometimes it takes multiple interventions, multiple interactions for people to finally feel safe and ready to come forward. So thank you for sharing that, Kyle. And one of the things that often happens in groups, institutions, workplaces that start to address this issue more visibly and more openly is that all of a sudden the rates of sexual harassment and sexual violence and domestic violence and other forms of abuse, they go through the roof, right? And it's not because there's all of a sudden an increase in those behaviors. It's because the folks that have experienced them in the past have been holding on to those experiences and have been waiting for the right time, for the message, for the signal that it is safe for them to come forward, and that their experiences and their concerns will be addressed appropriately, right? So it is a reality. We see that happening everywhere. And sometimes employers and groups and institutions are afraid of doing that because they think they will open a can of worms. But if you think about the long-term impact of people not coming forward, the impacts on their mental health and on their productivity, on their lives, on their interactions with their children and others around them, the impact can be much more severe than that kind of initial rush of folks coming forward and sharing their stories. A systemic, a large-scale example of this is the Me Too movement, right? And a few women initially who came forward with their experiences, and some men too, right? And the numbers, like the floods of people that then, primarily women, who came forward and said, me too, this happened to me as well, and something needs to be done about this. Agnes, please.
I just wanted to add also about perpetrators rehabilitation, we have also from budget financed social rehabilitation program available for perpetrators, but it's free bill. You can just, if you are in the, so to say, condition that you can say openly that you are violent, you understand that it's needed for you, you are using and applying for this rehabilitation. And we see from the data of people who are using this rehabilitation service, we see that half of the persons who have went through the who use the service, there is a half of them that are women. So, and the main aim why they are going to use this service is how to learn or discipline their children. This is one of the reasons. And if we are looking at, we also have since 2014, there is available a lot of different how to call it in English, protection orders when a policeman can take decision to separate the perpetrator from his property. So, and also there is a just court person can apply to the court also, and the court decisions should be monitored or implemented, also controlled by police also. And there are a lot of cases when these perpetrators to whom this decision is applied, they are not doing how to say?
But they are breaking
They're breaking, yes.
restriction order, yeah.
Yes, and one of the issues which is under the negotiations now in the parliament, there is a rule, amendments in the rule to make this rehabilitation as how to help mandatory, yes, mandatory for the persons. So we hope that it will somehow help not to come back to this violence cycle, to somehow to help to these people who are violent, who are using the violence as a way to communicate, and we hope that this will somehow help also to victims who have suffered from the violence, and not to come back again to this relationship, so to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Agnes. Those programs are really important. One of the lessons learned from our perpetrator programs here in Canada and North America is that sometimes these programs are too superficial in how they address men's behaviors, and they focus sort of on the anger management side of things, but they don't go into deep of the root causes of those behaviors. So it's really important for participants to spend the time thinking through, working through, developing that emotional intelligence, right? And looking at the root causes of their own behaviors in terms of their own life trajectories, dealing with past trauma and harms, looking back at their own upbringing, because we know that violence is cyclical, right? So if we don't give adult men the opportunity to address the traumas that they experience as children, they're more likely to continue to using violence even after going through these kinds of programs. Anger management is not sufficient. And good on you for offering both voluntary based and mandatory programs. I think those are important considerations as well, because many men come forward wanting to do that work and then they don't qualify for some of these programs because they're tied specifically to courts mandated remedies, right? So if they haven't been charged, if they haven't gone through court and found guilty and mandated to participate in one of these programs, sometimes they fall through the cracks. And even though they wanted to get help to change their behaviors, they don't have access to that programming. So that's important to keep in mind. Madara, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to add, thanks Agnes for bringing this up, and also Umberto for pointing out about the superficiality. That is kind of one of the issues. Like, definitely it's very good that we have those programs, but well, from what I know, like, they lack the gender perspective, so they don't really bring in the aspect of masculinity and the norms, and so it stays still kind of in this level of emotion management, and that is really useful and good, but kind of fails to address a bit more deeper issues what lie behind that. But it's still a progress, and like, well, and then I really hope that the mandatory programs as well will show, like, we will manage to make them mandatory as well, because it's really difficult, yeah, to make the perpetrators to actually go through these programs, because, well, not many of them want to do that voluntarily. And as Agnes said, it's more, yeah, it's a lot of women doing that related to childcare, but not in relation to the partnership relationships and the masculinity. But yeah, I believe that's a work in progress, and we'll still manage to bring that in.
Yes, absolutely. Important steps. There are many countries and many governments that don't even offer perpetrator rehabilitation programs at all. The rehabilitation program is getting charged and put in prison. And also the example that I gave earlier, even in Canada, when there are both, there's rehabilitation, there's strong policies and accountabilities, right? There's still some gaps that lead to the kind of situation that I shared with you earlier, where, you know, a male perpetrator, after serving his sentence, and even after being followed and supported by a probation officer, he still went after his ex-wife and 2 other women in the community to enact revenge. So it's important for us to constantly monitor this and address gaps as we understand and as they emerge, and everywhere from, you know, how the police handles complaints of family violence, to whether men are charged or not, to the effectiveness of our judicial systems, to you know, corrections and rehabilitation and those programs, and then to the release if a person serves a prison term, to their release and monitoring once they're back in the community. Igor, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to emphasize the role of, like, keeping up the numbers or statistics or data, right? So if you get to call the police, that's a record that stays there. And it's, well, I really hope so that they have a good way to classify those calls and that they are kept up in a good database. It's not just that, oh, there was a call for a police. I hope that they are kind of classifying it correctly, that this was a call specifically for the domestic violence potentially, right? And when police arrive, they also have this kind of or talk or a record and stuff like that. I think it's incredibly important, especially in Latvia, where people are rarely using it. So, for example, I have an example regarding illegal logging, I guess, in the city. So, right, there was a company that just tried to cut down trees. I just called the cops. They had the record, and I never saw them again. So I believe that might like help here too. And yeah, because we like really need good data, and that's actually also applies to Latvia specifically. I know that Center Smarta is doing some research, but it's like not enough because our researchers are not paid enough, I guess. There's not enough programs to really show this, because when you're talking with like lawmakers and other people in society, you have to have something to like base yourself on. Uh, the other way, it's very difficult. Yeah, so that's that.
Umberto, we don't hear you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Obviously, we could spend a lot more time on this, and the work with perpetrators is a whole different range of approaches and different types of programs that need to be considered. So definitely a work in progress and a further journey to embark on for everyone, Canada included, right? We have lots of work to do, both at the community level with the programs that we implement and at the policy level as well. So I'm cognizant of time. Maybe we can take a short break. Do people need a brief break? Yeah, maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up with roles and allyship and accountability and next steps. So if we could come back at 10 before the hour, that would be really great. It's 10:50 a.m. my time, but is it 3:50 p.m. your time, Madara?
It's 5:50.
Oh, 5:50. Okay. Sorry, 5:50 your time. So see you in a bit. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll start up again. And now we're going to spend the rest of our time talking about roles that men can play. I think we've mentioned a lot of those already, obviously. So this will be just a brief overview of what those roles are. And then we'll also touch up a little bit more on allyship and talk about accountability. And then I'd like us to spend some time about discussing next steps and what we can all do collectively moving forward and support this work in Latvia and stand in solidarity and allyship with Marta Center and do this, put together some interesting and impactful initiatives. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. Okay, great. So we know even before the Me Too movement, the second phase of this movement came upon us. We know that for many years, and in particular with White Ribbon, we've been calling on men and boys to play a different kind of role, perhaps, than historically we have in promoting gender equality and speaking out against gender-based violence and against all forms of discrimination and oppression. And but we certainly cannot ignore the rallying cries and the calls to action from the women's movement, from the Me Too movement, from the Black Lives Matter movement, from the calls to action from many other movements, the indigenous movement, the LGBTQ visibility and rights movement, and overall, the climate change movement, for example. These are all well connected. So what is our role in all of this? And how do we address our privilege? How do we share our power equitably? How do we right the wrongs of the past and make sure that new generations have a different kind of path moving forward, a path that we can be a part of, that we can walk alongside with and help and do our part as well. So, and playing a role doesn't mean we have to be superheroes. And as I mentioned earlier, in particular, as it relates to bystander intervention, sometimes men, we come to the front and we say we want to solve the problems right away. We want to make it all better. It's part of what we're taught to do. It's one of those gender stereotypes that we have the solution for everything, right? We are the decision makers. We know it all, and we're strong, and we'll just shape everybody up into place. Well, that's not the reality, as we know, and it shouldn't be the reality, because this work needs to be done collaboratively and deliberately and thoughtfully. And we also need to be cognizant of history and also the place of the women's movement as pioneers of this work. So we need to instead offer our support, stand in solidarity, and learn to be better allies in this work, right? So I mentioned yesterday our men of quality and the role of athletes, the role that athletes can play in promoting gender equality and speaking up against gender-based violence. menofquality.ca is a campaign that White Ribbon developed in partnership with our local hockey club, the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is a club that, or an institution that we have a long history with, that has demonstrated great leadership in promoting gender equality amongst its athletes, amongst the players, but also among the fan base. And athletes are not immune from poor behaviors and mistakes, and there have been cases of hockey players making mistakes. And the Toronto Maple Leafs has, addressed those mistakes and has worked with athletes and helped them with accountability. And we've been part of that process as well. So for those of you interested in taking this work forwards, sports is definitely one of those important entry points. You've got a captive audience. You've got an opportunity to engage athletes as positive role models, as allies, as examples of what every young person, what every adult can do to make a difference on this issue. So I'm going to share with you the public service announcement that we developed in partnership with the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I'm going to stop sharing now and then sharing up again because that's how it works best. So there is sound in this video, and please let me know if the sound is not coming through when I start playing it. Okay, here we go.
A quality player is not just fast, skilled, or determined. On the Toronto Maple Leafs, we measure quality by more than just hockey ability. True men of quality strive to be great role models, mentors, fathers, husbands, and sons. That's why we're proud to be partnered with White Ribbon, the world's largest movement of men and boys working together to end violence against women. Because this is not just a woman's issue, it's a problem for all of us to solve. Men of quality oppose words or actions that perpetuate gender inequality. We're making a commitment to all women to end violence and discrimination in all of its forms.
For all women, I'll always stand up for gender equality.
For our community, I'll challenge racism, homophobia, transphobia, and sexism.
For my mother, Judy, I'll teach my children about healthy relationships and consent.
For my wife, Alana, I'll encourage men to support gender equality at home and in the community.
For all women, I'll set a good example for young men.
For all women,
I'll set a good example for young men.
I'll set a good example for young men.
Join the Toronto Maple Leafs in a pledge to end violence against women. Working together, we will help achieve gender equality for all the women in our lives and in our communities.
So there you have it. Men of quality support gender equality, and they're good role models. They teach their children about healthy relationships and consent. They do it for the women in their lives, and they do it for the women in their community, right? This was an important piece for us to include in this PSA. We wanted to call on men to do this work in honor of the women in their lives, but not just the women in their lives, the women everywhere, because that's important. We need to appeal to men to look just beyond the people that we love, that are in our family, that are close to us, but also everyone. For us to be good allies and stand in solidarity with everyone, because when we make our community safer, our workplaces safer for everyone, we're also doing it for the people in our lives and for ourselves as well. So that's really important as you think about messaging and campaigns. Is don't focus just on the people that are closest to men and male allies, but get everybody to think wider and community-wide, society-wide, and the roles they can play that way. Okay, just get back to sharing my screen again. that didn't work. Hang on. That didn't work either. 1 second. Okay, I think that's the right one. Perfect. So here's a list of what we ask all men to do, and again, I would encourage you to think about where you fall in this list and the things that you can personally do and collectively do. So first, we ask men to think about the kind of men that they want to be. Do they want to be, an ally to stand in solidarity? Do they want to be good role models? Do they want to be emotional intelligent beings for themselves and for others, for young people around them, for their spouses, their co-workers? We ask men to be respectful towards women, girls, other guys, and people of all genders. Never use force, threats, coercion, manipulation, or violence in your interactions. To practice enthusiastic consent, ask first whether it's a hug, holding hands, kissing, or more. It's important to communicate, and this applies to all contexts, not just in personal relationships, but also in working and professional relationships as well. The question of hugs in the workplace or touching is a problematic one as well, because for some a hug or a touch may be perceived as being friendly and welcoming, but for others it's unwelcomed. It can be part of a pattern of harassment. It can make people feel uncomfortable. So ask first, and a handshake is always probably better than a hug or a touch if you want to be on the risk adverse side. And obviously these days with the pandemic at our a reality of the pandemic, even any sort of physical contact is not advisable anyway, not even handshakes. So be a good role model and share with those around you the importance of respecting women, girls, and people of all genders and sexual orientations. So we have an opportunity to role model language, behavior, solidarity, allyship to others around us, in particular to young people in our lives, and to our peers, our co-workers. Those of us in leadership positions have a great opportunity to set the stage for the rest of those that work with us, our colleagues, right? When our people in positions of authority demonstrate that kind of allyship, not only does it send a message to those folks that they are welcomed and respected and included, but it also sends a message to everyone that they should be doing the same. Learn about the impact of violence against women in our communities. I think that's one of the first steps we need to be aware of and learn about this. Many men haven't had the opportunity to fully understand the impact of violence and even understand the different forms of violence. So you have an opportunity to learn about that for yourself, but also help others learn as well as you move forward with this work. Believe and support survivors. That's so important. That's so important. One of the main reasons why people don't come forward to share their experiences of harassment and violence is because they fear that they're not going to be believed. They fear that their employers, their peers are going to turn on them and call them liars and accuse them of coming forward and sharing those experiences as a way of enacting revenge against someone or trying to get some sort of benefit. None of that is true. We know from the statistics, very few people come forward and report their experiences, and when they do, very, very few result in charges, and because of the problems with our law enforcement and our judicial system, very few end up getting the accountability that they really need. So it's important for us to help to dispel those myths and misconceptions as we go on. in educating others about this, and that we role model believing and supporting survivors and ultimately embrace feminism. I hope that that is a clear message out of this training, in that if there's any doubt that feminism is not good for men, I think that everything that we've talked about, everything that, the roots of gender stereotypes, of patriarchy, the impacts of this on the lives of men as well, all of that proves that feminism is good for us as well as for women, of course, but it's good for men because it allows us to be more human, and it allows us to counter the ways in which generations of men have grown up and lived in ways that are discriminatory, violent, oppressive towards other women, but also negatively impactful to their own lives as well. So one of the key roles for us is to practice and promote healthy masculinities, right? And to role model that, because a lot of this is at the root causes of those problems, right? So healthy masculinities means being compassionate, demonstrating empathy, being caring, believing and promoting equality. It's about expressing feelings and emotions. It's about being vulnerable and demonstrating vulnerability, and showing to other men in particular, and boys, how vulnerability is a sign of strength, right? So let's turn that harmful notion that being vulnerable is being weak. We need to turn that upside down, and also instead talk about showing feelings and emotions, showing vulnerability, and talking openly about this is actually, it takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of work, because it's about us guys rejecting those historical harmful stereotypes and pressures. So talk about strength right there. It's about practicing consent and respect. Of course, it's about communicating. It's about engaging in healthy and equal relationships. So when people ask what is healthy masculinities and what is unhealthy masculinities, obviously harmful masculinities is the opposite of this, right? And we believe that masculinity has the potential to be this. It should be this, because this is what human beings should be about, regardless of our gender. So when it comes to allyship and accountability, as allies, we strive to go through these steps of equality, equity, and liberation. Ultimately, we want this work to be about liberation. And it's not just to put people on an equal footing. It's not about giving those on the margins and the underprivileged the opportunity to stand on the same footing as others, to have the same opportunities and rights and experiences. But liberation is also removing the barrier, right? Doing that by removing the barriers that exist in the first place that lead to that kind of inequality. And I think this graphic helps to demonstrate that, right? We need to move towards liberation so that everybody has exactly the same kind of opportunity, access to rights, can lead an equitable life, personal and professionally, and they can be themselves. They can celebrate their differences and their common grounds, but those barriers need to be removed. So, what does it mean to be an ally? And we all want to be better allies, obviously. So I mentioned already some of these. Being a good ally means helping to build a culture of consent, to be an active bystander, and to be a good role model. And I hope I've given you some good pointers as to how to do this, right? And in particular in consent, in promoting a consent culture, this is really important, especially for boys and young men. And there's a role for the education system here to play, and also for parents and society at large, to promote, to teach young people about consent, about healthy relationships, about healthy sexuality. So for those of you in a position of being able to effect policy change, the education sector is an important entry point through which this education can happen. And so policies that promote free, equal, open, honest education with young people as early as possible about these concepts it certainly will play a role in addressing long-term goals towards gender equality and reducing of gender-based violence and sexual harassment. If we think that we have an opportunity to equip the new generation with skills and knowledge about math and geography and sciences and literacy, we should also think that we need to equip new generations with how to treat people with respect in the workplace, how to value diversity and inclusion, how to address sexual harassment and sexual violence. Those are important skill sets to have in our professional lives as well. So if those of us who are in the education system are interested with helping young people build those skills, then we need to include skills around equality and ending gender-based violence and harassment and diversity and anti-oppression and so forth. So we always advocate for policymakers to think more broadly in terms of an inclusive, effective, empowering kind of curriculum. Okay, so we ultimately need to work towards normalizing consent within our relationships and within our society at large. And I add that stat there that, recent research has shown that only 28% of Canadians have a good understanding of consent. And why is this? Because we still have a ways to go in terms of teaching consent in our education system. So even Canada has lots of work to do, and White Ribbon and organizations like us are, partnering with ministries of education across the country and with other community-based organizations to help strengthen our curriculum, to help train educators to integrate this important teaching element into their engagement with youth in the classrooms and in the schoolyards and in the community. And some questions usually come up around, well, when should we start teaching young people about consent? When is too early? When is too late? For us at White Ribbon, we believe that consent can start as early as kids when they're like 3, 4, even 2 years old, right? So as parents, those of you who are parents, sometimes kids with siblings, there's some little conflicts around sharing toys and so forth, and usually we intervene and we talk about, it's important to share, it's good to play together and so forth. Or sometimes our kids can get very hands-on with each other, get rough and hurt each other, and then we talk about, let's play, with respect and let's not hurt each other. Those are perfect opportunities for us to start talking about consent. Consent in the sense of, if you want to borrow your brother, sister's, your siblings' toys, maybe you can ask, can I borrow that toy? Can I play with that toy first, rather than forcefully removing it from them? If you want to, play rough and do some wrestling with your sibling, maybe you should ask them first if they want to do that before you start doing it, because they may not want to do that right now. They're going to be grumpy and upset at you. The same thing in the classroom, right? Teachers can start introducing these concepts, the concept of consent, ask permission, seek someone's agreement first before you take something from them or before you touch them. And don't assume that they're willing to share it with you, or that they're happy to get a hug from you. Ask first. So when you start introducing this concept at an early age, young people are more likely to then understand how to apply this to the context of relationships later on in their teenage years, their young adults, or their adult lives, right? So this is about giving young people the building blocks. We do the same thing with math. We start teaching young people, kids 3, 2, what's 1 + 1, 2 + 2, So let's teach consent in similar kind of ways, right? Let's see this as building blocks. The same thing with healthy relationships. The same thing with respecting diversity and difference and so forth. Unfortunately, many policymakers and curriculum leave this for too late. They, in Canada, for example, it's common for us to see curriculum introduce concepts of consent in grade 7 or 8. It's too late. Young people have already been, roughhousing, and some of them have already been exploring. It's too late. We need to start earlier. But it's better to do at some point than not at all, obviously. And then we need to continue that education throughout, right? And it needs to become a life cycle approach. So start young, continue young, and then carry it into their young adult years, into post-secondary settings, into the workplace, talk about consent within the context of the workplace and all of that. So here we go, quick definition of consent. It's freely given, it's reversible, so people can provide consent at first, but then they can also say, I don't want to do this anymore, or I said yes to this, but I don't want to do, I don't want to do that, right? It's informed. It's important that people know what they're getting into in order before they're providing consent. It's enthusiastic. Right? People should be happy about providing consent. They should not feel scared or ashamed or guilty or pressured into providing consent. It needs to be enthusiastic. It needs to be specific and sober. So permission to kiss doesn't mean permission to do something else. And consent, at least in Canadian law, cannot be provided if a person is incapacitated as a result of alcohol or drugs or mental capacity, for example. So it has to be sober. Alcohol and consent do not mix. There's no consent when there's alcohol present, okay? So important notions to both understand for ourselves and then to teach to those around us. And there's many adults that need to understand this as well. So this is not just for youth and kids. So we need to do our part as male allies in helping to end the culture of sexual violence. We need to stop and help others stop viewing women as sexual conquests, right? So one of those harmful notions of masculinity is that when men have multiple sex partners, they're thought of, celebrated as studs, whereas when women have multiple sex partners, they're seen as sluts and prostitutes and all that. I'm using very open, clear language here because I want to demonstrate the stereotypes that exist out there, right? These are derogatory terms. And men celebrate, right? You see young people in the media in general celebrating their sexual conquests, right? In particular, young men. Teaching women not to get raped, right? We need to teach our young people not to engage in oppressive behavior, in sexual violent or behavior, and harassing behavior. Yes, we need to teach young women and women about empowerment, about their rights, about the importance of their partners respecting their wishes and helping them understand consent and so forth. But we need to also focus on teaching young boys and young men and men about consent and the implications of not seeking consent, right? We need to stop minimizing the impacts of assaults, right? Instead, we need to focus on, or in addition to, sorry, let me rephrase this. So stop minimizing as in justifying or validating an assault that she asked for it, or it was her fault because she drank too much, or she shouldn't have gone to that party, right? So that it wasn't too bad anyway, like, you know, look at her, she's fine, right? So minimizing impact of assaults and blaming the victim usually go hand in hand. Focusing on comforting the perpetrator over that of the victim. Attitudes like, oh, poor Harvey Weinstein, or poor guy, you know, he's been accused by all of these women of sexually assaulting. You know, his career is ruined. That CEO was fired because he engaged in a couple of episodes of sexual harassment. You know, poor guy, was that too rough of a thing to do? We often come across these attitudes, right, out there in the community. And so instead, we should be asking about the impact that it had on the survivor, on the victim, how that person's life was turned upside down, how they're recovering from a very traumatic experience, how they were felt victimized and excluded and discriminated against, right? We should be asking those questions instead, and perpetrators need to be held accountable, and, you know, being fired, being charged, losing their authority. Those are fair accountability measures, because otherwise, and for too long, perpetrators have been given a free ride when it comes to their behaviors. And then empathizing with the perpetrator over the victim, as I mentioned, you know, feeling sorry for wanting to support, poor guy, you know, I wish I could help him, that kind of thing. Whereas we should instead focus on supporting the survivors. So here's what we're working towards, right? We're working towards achieving equality, and achieving equality means at all levels, you know, obviously the use of nonviolence, but trust and support in relationships and interactions, non-threatening behavior, sexual safety. Everybody has the right to their body, the autonomy of their body. They have the right to provide or decline consent, and those decisions need to be respected. It's about financial, economic independence and decision making. It's about negotiation and fairness. It can't be just unilateral decision making in interactions and in relationships. It means responsible parenting and equal parenting, and present parenting, and parenting that is truly reflective and celebratory of building bonds, rather than parenting that is viewed as babysitting, or as you know, an obligation to spend time with kids or something like that. We need to view this as part of equality, because, as I mentioned yesterday, women are responsible for the bulk of care work in our society, in our homes, in our relationships, and that has tremendous impact on equality at home, but also equality in society and equality in the workplace. Because women, if only women take on those roles, if they have no choice but to take time off work, then it's a loss of productivity. It is the loss of advancement opportunities for many women. It's the overrepresentation of men in leadership positions as a result, and much more. So equality needs to be based on honesty and accountability, and on connections with others, on and being allies, and standing in solidarity, and in being aware of our privilege, and in supporting those who are underprivileged. It means standing up as an effective bystander. It means supporting survivors. It means advocating for change. It means aligning ourselves with organizations that are working on gender equality, and broader movements of social, racial, and identity justice. So here you go, this wheel of intersectionality and allyship. So it's about your ability to be an ally will be influenced by your own experiences of power and privilege, and marginality and oppression. We saw this kind of framework earlier, but shared in a different way with the two half circles, right? So these are the areas in which we may hold privilege or marginality, right? Based on our race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, our identity, our age, physical abilities and qualities, and our gender. And that, you know, those identities impact differently on some of these areas as well. And they're also influenced by some of these categories, right? Political ideology, appearance, communication style and skills, our work background, our creed, our education, and so forth. Again, your social location has a lot to do with this as well. So be aware of your privilege and your power, because this is important, because this relates in terms of how to share power and how to share privilege, but also how to use your privilege to advocate for, support others who may not share the same kind of power or privilege that you have. But ultimately, being aware of your power and privilege is not sufficient. You must think about how to share that, not just for yourself, but also at a systems level. So here we go. When it comes to male privilege, many men don't even realize their own privilege, right? So it's important to have these conversations and to locate ourselves socially and politically and in terms of identity and upbringing and so forth, and to think about how that has contributed to our opportunities for advancement, for having the job that we have today, for being part of the social class that we have, our ability to have our own house or not, and so much more, right? So as you can see here, all these barriers across the way, stand in the way of advancement for many women. In this case, you have representation of a Black racialized woman there and a white man. And these barriers along the way are, sexual harassment, their history of colonization and slavery, their pay gaps, their sexual violence, they are, biases in the workplace and discriminatory policies and procedures, historical wrongs, right? So those must be removed and addressed in order for everyone to have an equal chance for not just advancement in terms of the workplace, but even just an equal opportunity to have visibility, to have rights, to have equal access to services, to live free from violence and discrimination and oppression, to be free from being the targets of sexist, misogynistic, homophobic, racist, transphobic, colonialist type of jokes in the community and in the workplace. So as a summary, how to be a good ally, provide a supportive role, listen and learn from women and girls' experiences, ask how you can support, don't assume you know what women need, encourage other men in your life and spheres of influence, so in your workplace, in the institutions that you're a part of, in your cultural groups, in your sports team, to take action and to learn how to be an ally. So carry these conversations forward, help to organize events and initiatives that encourage other men to learn about these issues, to unlearn some of those things that have been taught over history and some of the ways in which we've grown to be accustomed to behave and see the world in certain ways. Invite them to work alongside you and Marta Center and other social justice groups and communities to take this work forward. In doing this work, it's important to also consider accountability. And accountability starts with self-reflection. It starts with doing your own work first, and not just in terms of you, but also the people that you'll be working with, that potentially you'll be inviting into working together with you on initiatives or be part of some programming or campaigns. So reflect upon your own beliefs and actions. Are you part of the solution, or are you part of the problem? Are your behaviors past, present, future, are they going to be equitable? Are they going to be reflective of some of those important principles and values that we've been talking about in terms of practicing healthy masculinities and gender equality? Acknowledge your mistakes and make amends. This is an important one. I've worked with a lot of men who have in the past been apprehensive about coming forward because they say and they feel and they know they haven't been perfect, right? So we all make mistakes, and we must make amends for those mistakes, and we must be accountable for them. And I think for men who carry mistakes of the past forward, they have an important story to tell if they're able to tell it well. They can say, I acknowledge the mistakes. Here's the mistakes I made. I acknowledge them. They were hurtful. They were harmful. My goodness, I've learned so much about that. If I had a chance to tell my younger self not to do this, I would have. Here's what I would have told them instead. And I've hurt someone, I've harmed someone, and I've reached out to them and I've apologized, and we've moved forward with the understanding that what I did was wrong and that I'm sorry, and here's what I did to make amends, right? So that is a powerful story to share with others. Because there's so much there. It demonstrates vulnerability. It demonstrates learning, personal growth. It demonstrates that change is possible, and in particular for men, it's possible for men to make change, to make changes, right? And you're not going to necessarily give excuses for those behaviors or those past mistakes. You're just going to accept them as they are. I did wrong. I understand the impact that it had on the individuals that I harmed, and I want to move forward in different ways. I want to make sure that I don't behave like that anymore, and that I also help my peers, the young people in my life, make sure that they don't behave in the same kinds of ways and make the same kind of mistakes that I made. Think about how you can be how you can be the best version of yourself. What truly do you want to be? What kinds of values? What kind of ally would you like to be perceived as, right? And ultimately ask that question: how will you be an ally? How can I be an ally to women, to survivors, to the women's movement? How can I be an ally to racialized communities, newcomer immigrant communities? How can I demonstrate support and allyship with the LGBTQ community? Am I ready to take on these roles? Which ones am I comfortable with? Which ones do I feel I need to learn more about? If you feel like you need to learn more about, or you're not ready to speak on a particular issue, then educate yourself, do the research, get in touch with some organizations more, learn more about what you're doing, learn about the lessons that perhaps have been applied in other contexts, and see how you can incorporate that into your life moving forward as well. So I want to pause there, but very quickly in terms of next steps, because I would like us to spend the rest of the time thinking about how to move forward with this work and thinking about what role you can play. So as you think through to opportunities to engage, even at a personal level or professional level, with your colleagues on this, or whether you're interested in, for example, organizing an event or a discussion circle or something, and I'll call on Madar to share some thoughts and a little bit of her vision for what can happen next. So as you think about that, you need to establish a clear link between gender inequality and gender-based violence, right? It is one, like they're rooted in each other, right? Gender inequality leads to gender-based violence, and gender-based violence, the presence of it, the large scale of it, leads to gender inequality. So they're interconnected. you need to promote gender equality and healthy masculinities as the norm, right? So you need to help people understand that what we see is not normal. It's a product of inequality of historical wrongs, and that we need to work together to change that and make this the norm instead, equality and healthy masculinities. We need to work towards fostering empathy for survivors, because like I said, there's a lot of victim blaming, there's a lot of misconceptions out there, and we need to play a role in addressing that and in challenging those myths and misconceptions, and instead foster empathy. So we need to share with those around us examples of the how to practice empathy with survivors. Approach men and boys as allies who have an important role to play to end gender-based violence. This is important. This speaks to the strength-based approach that we want to appeal to. We want to motivate and inspire other men as allies and talk about the role that they can play to end gender-based violence, right? This is not about shaming or blaming. This is about inviting, activating, empowering, educating, helping to realize, deconstructing. It's about, helping people understand that feminism is good for them too, and that gender equality is good for them. Their lives will be positively changed as a result. And it's about us playing our role to make sure that women and traditionally marginalized communities are given a fair right, and their justice and opportunity and visibility and access to services and so forth. So the audience needs to have a clear understanding of what they can do and how they can do it. So consider their privilege and marginality wheel that I mentioned, the framework. So help people understand their privileges and how those privileges are perhaps standing in the way. Help them understand the power that they have and how to share that power and how to share decision making and so forth. So you need to give your audiences a clear call to action and a clear understanding of the role that they can play. So when thinking about what to do next, think about the current situation of in your community. So within the Latvian context and the community that you're working with, why is it important to do this work? What areas of focus are you going to be working on, and the what? So what are you going to tackle? Is it gender-based violence? Is it healthy masculinities? Is it concepts around gender equitable fatherhood? Think about who your target audience is. So is it youth? Is it fathers? Is it political leaders? Is it soldiers? Is it students in the education sector? Is it young kids? Is it youth just leaving the correctional systems? Think about the approaches and how you're going to incorporate accountability into this, right? So never lose sight of your end goal, which is to address gender inequality and other forms of inequalities, and to promote healthy alternatives to violence, and ultimately to end gender-based violence. So let me end there and turn it over to you. And Madara, maybe you can take us through a little bit of your vision as to what could be done next. And then given that we're a small group, maybe we can just do a quick go around as to what we each think are the things we can take forward, and some ideas, some entry points, perhaps some opportunities, some interest in working together, perhaps to organize something in the near future, or to carry these conversations forward. So Madara, I'll turn it over to you for some general ideas as to where you'd like this work to go forwards at Marta Center.
Okay, thank you very much for the space. Well, The thing is, well, we definitely are thinking about starting small, not going like really into big campaigns in the very first moments. But this is something that we are trying to like, our goal and our aim is to build up a community of people who want to be engaged in these issues, who want to think about and talk about healthy masculinity, about gender-based violence, about bystander intervention. So it would be mostly about building up the community, first of all, building up a network of people who are interested in these issues. So what we are offering is to, well, first of all, a way how to keep in touch. One of the things we were planning to do is maybe make a Facebook group as well for people who are specifically interested into the conversations about masculinities and about these things to keep in touch, to have like-minded people to be somewhere near, so you can jump in and have a question or share resources, as we are doing that already in the forums Facebook page, but also have a place for conversations. So you would be really invited to become part of this Facebook group and share and have something to say when you feel like doing that. And another thing we would, what I'm dreaming about, I would say, is to create conversational circles. Of course, when the times are again nice and we can meet in person, that could be nice non-formal evenings in a bar or cafeteria to have a chat about these issues, to think about actions, think about our experiences, to have conversations about various specific topics, like now, because now when together with you, Umberto, we went through like all the big issues, but each of them can be brought into like a real conversation about, okay, how do I exactly address sexism when I see a sexist comment? What is my experience? What have others done in these regards? So that could be something that we could do to build up this non-formal community. But well, we could start online as well, because well, who knows when we will be able to meet in person. So I would offer to organize non-formal conversational evenings, like once in maybe 2 months or once in a month, just to have people to have a chat with and see what is up there and what we could do. And of course, the future projects like Marta Center can serve as a platform where, in case you have an interesting idea or something you would like to develop, I would be there to support you. We would be there to help to find resources, to help to think about like practicalities, how to do that, because we are hoping and planning to do maybe some trainings in future as well, and some campaigns and so on. But we need people who want to be participants in those. So in case you would just want to be a part of any kind of action, it would be cool if you would reach out to me, and I would keep you in touch, and I would keep you in mind when we are doing something. But also, we would be the platform where you can do your own activities. It's like you don't have to wait for initiative from our side. You can also be like, okay, I would actually love to have a training or one day seminar about something, or maybe a small social media campaign, something. This could also be done with our help as well, with our resources, with our knowledge that we have about doing something, or maybe just invite us and with some other educators to your workplace or to your friend, like to your circle of friends. We can maybe have a conversation about these issues, or a film screening or something like that. So there's a ton of things we could do, but I don't want to scare you. It's just the idea that it's really nice to see that there are people who are interested in these issues, and we will be happy to keep in touch with you. But it's up to you if you want to, and what would you like to do in your private lives, in your public lives? Is there space for these kind of actions? So that's briefly from my side, but I'm open to all kinds of questions and initiatives.
Thank you so much, Madara. And those are small but important next steps and opportunities and ideas. I think they're very meaningful. And I think given our current context, we're in the midst of a pandemic, I think starting small like that, providing this group an opportunity to continue to connect with one another, maybe to come together on monthly basis over an hour session with Zoom just to check in, even to see if any of you have had opportunities to take some of these messages or discussions forward and see how you've been able to apply it, and then to see what opportunities emerge. So really, that's really great. I would really encourage you to do that and to stay connected. So I'm going to go around and quickly, maybe in a minute or so, share what's in your mind in terms of opportunities, in terms of things that you'd like to move on with, and whether you'd be interested in staying connected as a group, and taking Madara's offer to support you in having further conversations and brainstorming of ideas. So I have next to me Igor's.
Okay.
You
all right.
No pressure.
Yeah, I just well, yeah, I'd be interested because, well, what I'm thinking about is kind of springing the conversation in public sphere. So I guess Twitter, on Facebook, because maybe, I don't know, maybe on TikTok, right? That's where all of the young people are who would be interested in things like that. And I see that those like things are very interesting to people. And there obviously are some people who are incredibly aggressively reacting to healthy masculinity and ending gender-based violence, but I feel that it comes only from a place of not really understanding what that means, right? And if there is a better way to talk about those things, I think we can really get a lot of exposure to a lot of people, and at the same time explain difficult things quite easily, and maybe make many people think about it, because yeah, not everyone is having those negative reactions. Yeah, I'm kind of like 2 days ago I was in the middle of a Twitter storm regarding those issues, and it ended with like two guys just writing directly to me and asking, well, what do you mean by this? What does equality mean? Do you mean like we're gonna, like, what is that, right? And then you can kind of talk about it, explain it a bit, and it kind of moves the society forward. So I'd be happy to stay in touch with all of you. I guess Facebook group sounds good. I'd love to add you all. And well, yeah, just kind of amplify and boost each other's messages and stuff like that. That would be from my side. And regarding, well, meetups, that would be cool. I mean, if it would be easy to organize, I'd love to participate. I wouldn't really have time to join. That's more than one of my minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. That's great, and lots of commitment there, and passion, and I appreciate that. All right, next is Matisse.
Yeah, I had to laugh when Mother said no pressure, because the only thing I was able to think about was, I don't have to speak first. Yeah, Facebook group sounds great. I do think that a space for conversations about this needs to be out there, and I don't feel like currently it exists. Even though Forum Stelias is somewhat a platform, it is not really a space. And I think not only people in this group, but other people might benefit from that as well. What I think I might be taking forward from this when going forward is I think that I got some validation on that we had started in the right direction in the sports hobby that I am in, which is the kind of sport that traditionally attracts somewhat more toxic attitudes from men. But this is, I feel like we've started in the right direction, and I feel like we have ways to continue now, and just make sure that we interact with the right organizations around the world that sort of stand for the same ideas as we do, and sort of keeping that up. And the other thing is I just got some more insights on how I've been instinctively reacting in workplace, at workplace, and not necessarily always in the most helpful way. For example, as an example, is that sort of superhero thing where you use your platform to do reversal quips at the person who said something that might be somewhat offensive, and then essentially you make it about yourself at that moment. And yeah, just taking a step back from that, and there's a swath of minor ideas buzzing around my head of what can be done, but I think that's more, it needs time to mature, and maybe that conversational space that could exist in the future. Thanks.
That's really great. I really love the self-realization there. Good on you. And you know, we got to keep catching ourselves on these things. We're not perfect. We're going to make mistakes, and it's okay. But as long as we're aware of those, and we kind of stop and pause and think about it, and you know, find different ways of going forward, then that's perfectly fine. That's how it should be. That's how we should learn. And we have to be kind to ourselves too, and not feel like, you know, we should just know everything and have the solutions for everything, because it's one of the things that we're taught as men, as I mentioned. So thank you for sharing that realization and for your commitment as well. And so next is Hilda. And again, I'm mispronouncing your name, and my apologies.
Yes, really, I don't know what I can say, because from one position, I remember when I work in police, my colleagues not say sexist jokes or something like this, because they know what I say when shut up, it's not correct, and generally we shut up before that I came, and I have in really health collective yes about these things. It's like first, and yes, I will continue with little step what I do in police college with cadets, and maybe in other things. But I really more interesting about some theoretical things, because I don't like concept of masculinity. I'm not sure. I understand that it's like toxic health masculinity, but for me a very strange concept, and I'm not sure that it's good strategy. It's because yes, no man very infantile. It's like you need to be good father. Oh yes, it's surprise, and not like this, or we know. Yes, for me, it's I thinking always about like I don't know, like human beings or like psychological, emotional antagonism, something like this. And because I think I this man like androgen man, but not physically, but like emotional. Yes, and for me, it's I need more. Yes, maybe it's like yeah, it's not good example for strategy LGBT people, some because they also have this like me. Yes, but I heterosexual, but I have this yeah, something like me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, my advice is keep thinking about this, keep challenging yourself, keep thinking, looking at other perspectives. We all experience masculinities in different ways, right? Keep thinking about that difference between what it means to be a man in a physical term, and but also emotional, psychological, and so forth. This is not an easy thing to change, to learn all at once, you know, but we can certainly take steps to continue in that journey. And when it comes to working with the LGBTQ community, remember the example I gave earlier in terms of working with faith leaders and the concept of doing no harm. You know, if any of you are not ready to take on that advocacy role, that allyship role, take time, you know, do some more reading, learn more, look at the history of the community, look at the history of discrimination and marginalization, look at what has happened around the globe and in Latvia as well. Learn more about that issue. Give yourself more time. In the meanwhile, do no harm, as in do not participate in homophobic jokes or commentaries. You know, if you're not able to yet come forward as an ally, pause. Don't contribute to the problem, right? And it will be okay. I think we should all be patient and give everybody space and time to learn more about these issues. So thank you for being honest about that, and thank you for being part of this work, and thank you for your commitment to continue thinking about this. I think that's a very good step. So awesome. Dasi.
Yes, I'm thinking of something like promoting a white ribbon more, and also small things, small steps. But I was thinking about myself. I think I'm quite socially active and interested in many things, but who knows how long would it take for me to find out that there's such a big movement, an impressive movement as a white ribbon, if not me working at the embassy and having this great contact with Marta and with Forum Celius and Madera. So and I thought, okay, maybe there are not that many people around yet that are very proactively willing to do something for this, but at least they are interested in this and willing to be very supportive and just raise the awareness and be more informed and maybe start to think of, oh, maybe what I see is not everything that's going on with the people around myself. So even small things like even just following, I presume, just following the white ribbon on social media. I was impressed with the idea, with the event that you mentioned, that walk a mile in her shoes, with men walking a block in the high heel shoes. I think it tells so much, and the whole idea, and that could be impressive way how just to raise the awareness and to realize, and also the white ribbon itself. If anyone who is willing to and who is interested in working on this also here in Latvia, if they start wearing this white ribbon, it starts for other people to question them. Oh, what's that? And Ilya also mentioned this yesterday in the breakout room, that indeed this is a little something that sometimes people ask, oh, what is it? But then again, if there are more people who maybe would be willing to show this support, and it would also raise the awareness for others to learn and maybe join. And yeah, that's what I'm wondering now.
That sounds really great. Thank you for the support. We're here to support as well. We're going to stay in touch with Marta Center, and we will gladly help to amplify, help to provide further ideas, and definitely have a look at at the work that we have done, our various campaigns and initiatives, because there may be opportunities to do the same. Not right away, because I would encourage to take those small steps, but maybe in a future opportunity. Walk a mile in her shoes. Maybe that could happen in the streets of Riga once it's safe to do so. Also have a look at the recent webinar that I co-facilitated with Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, our Prime Minister's spouse, with a group of great Canadians, and where we tackle these issues of masculinities and allyship. Have a look at that, because that's a really good example of working with male allies from different sectors and different backgrounds, together with someone, obviously our Prime Minister's wife, who is extremely committed and passionate about gender equality. So a good example of civil society partnering with government and allies from different walks of life to carry out these discussions. So maybe there's an opportunity to do something similar in Latvia. Carlis.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I also had a similar thought as Dace. And I was thinking, I actually have some friends who were organizing, they're called New Visions. I like these leadership seminars for women, and yeah, I was thinking of some kind of collaboration that's organizing something like that for men. It's probably going to be taken a bit longer process to get to that or something, but yeah, I think yeah, I got some ideas here. It's a continuous thinking of how to bring a variety of actors together, how to raise the issue in forms that are not harmful. For example, yeah, I've been thinking a lot lately about a variety of forms, how like the liberal ways of addressing the problem as something that is as being violent is being undeveloped, and being violent is being the other, and being violent is, you know, the one that you should negate, and you know, and these non-violent ways of somehow addressing it from within, from yourself, from the things that you do, yeah, I really enjoyed the approach you're taking. It's quite inspiring, and yeah, and it's given me some ideas how to expand and think about the kinds of work that's being done in Latvia, and then where it could lead with, you know, with the forms of engagement that could happen.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, and let's stay in touch. I would love to know what comes next in terms of some of that work that you're doing. So stay connected with Madar and the team there, and we'll see you again, I'm sure. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we have some projects coming up, I think, as well with Marta more.
Sounds great. Thank you. Lelde.
Okay, so I'm new in this all, and the baby steps. I would really like to communicate with the Marta centers. We have one in Liepāja. It's next town to my town, and but I'm not really sure how. Right now, I can't say how it could be from my side. What can I do? I need to learn more. I need to find more about muscularity. I work in all colleagues are women, just women. We don't have any men. So I was thinking about speaking about the students. So I think I, woman, go teach them something about muscularity. So yes, there are lots of things to think about. But I think I really want to. Facebook sounds good. Great idea. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And now you have a group of male allies here that maybe you could invite to have a conversation with your team and see whatever is possible.
I already Google some of them.
I'm sure Madara can facilitate those connections as well. And again, if I can support in any way, do let us know. Okay.
Yeah,
and
thank
then you're welcome. Thanks for participating. And Agnes, you're next.
Yes, hello. It was really interesting to listen to everybody's emotions and ideas, and it's very sounds good. And we can't start with big things. It's really issue about awareness and understanding of men's role and masculinity, talking about gender equality and men's role in promoting gender equality. And this is from one side seems that Latvia succeeds well in gender equality, but then from other side you see that there are a little bit backlash, as it's also in the rest of the world. We are talking about this backlash and different strange understanding and myth about what does it mean and what is it about. And this is the same also taking place in Latvia as well. And this is awareness raising. I think it's one of the keyword, key issue to raise awareness among and also not only about between in society, but also between men, and to raise this awareness and understanding that they can speak out, and they have something to not say have, but there are things that they can speak out loudly, and then there is things that should be speaked out. And yes, from the ministry side, what we are planning to do this year, actually, I think we had a good experience with White Ribbon Ambassador, which one of them was chief of the police. He is general, and he really was proud of with this title, so to say, and he was really going with he was really enjoying and really laughing. Proud. Yes, proud. He was really proud with this, and every time he was speaking to the audience in the conferences or different events were devoted to violence or domestic violence or violence against women, he was really proud to wear the white ribbon, and he was really doing the real work, and we were really proud of him. And I think we will let's see how it will work, and maybe together with Forum Stelios, we can think about how to again reanimate this or look around what could be the same maybe ambassadors, or to look for other role models, because role model is the thing which can work, and which can be the like role to follow, and for others and society, and maybe somehow to identify his or her situation with this other person. So this is, I think, the thing we will do for sure. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, and thank you for supporting that work. And hey, now you have a group of allies here that you can draw on for support. I'm sure they all seem very, very busy, but I bet you can convince some of them to do some further work. I think we can do that. But yes, I thank you for that support, and we see good role models and ambassadors in all spheres of life. And that they can be, captains and chiefs of police, and sometimes they can be just an everyday dad who does a great job teaching their kids about these issues, and who can speak about his own experience and encourage other dads to do the same. That's a great ambassador as well. Thank you again for supporting that work and supporting Marta's center's work. And again, we're here to collaborate further if of interest, and to support in your next steps. I know that Kyle had to go as well. He said, I have to run, but thank you for this. I very much enjoyed it. And I'm sure you can count on him as well to be part of subsequent initiatives. The Canadian Armed Forces is doing a lot of work in this area as well. As I mentioned in my introduction yesterday, I am a member of the Canadian Armed Forces and Department of National Defense External Advisory Council for their Sexual Misconduct Response Center. And I know that there's much work to be done in the military, not just in Canada, but right around the world. There's great potential to promote gender equality, to promote healthy masculinities, to teach these important concepts so that our military, our law enforcement can conduct themselves in ways that are equitable, that are supportive, that are respectful of survivors, and that contribute to healthy, inclusive, nonviolent workplaces as well. So I'm sure Kyle would say you've got an ally in him as well, and feel free to continue to reach out to him and get him involved too, because I'm sure that will help with his own function too, and help his soldiers become equitable soldiers too. Great. So again, my appreciation to Madar, to Marta Center, to the Canadian Embassy for the support, for supporting this work, and my gratitude to all of you for participating, for your questions and your comments. I thought I was going to encounter a pretty quiet group, but you weren't quiet. You had lots to say, lots to share, great ideas, good passion, and I knew that was there. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, and I can tell you that one of the greatest things for me is always ending these sessions feeling inspired and motivated, and feeling like no matter where we do this work around the world, there's always great allyship and solidarity, great interest amongst men and allies to do this work. And thanks, Ila, for bringing your furry pets as well along. And so let's continue this, and let's take those small steps. Let's be patient. This work takes time, but as long as you're connected and passionate, and you implement at least one of those small steps that you talked about, then you'll probably be in a position of in the future being able to build on that. So Madar, I'm going to turn it over to you to probably close the session, but thanks again, everyone, and be in touch with us at White Ribbon in Canada if we can support and collaborate in any way.
Okay, thank you, Umberto. Thank you, everyone. Like these have been 2 long evenings, and thank you for surviving them. And thank you for sticking out and then being till the end, because I know it's not like the most fun issue to talk about and most fun way to spend your evening, but I appreciate the idea that there are people who care about this and who want to find out more, and who want to think about, like, in generally just engage into thinking about these issues. That's a lot already. So as I said, no pressure to you about becoming, like, I don't know now, campaigners or something. It's fine also if you just take away from this some ideas about how I will engage in my everyday life. But we will be happy to keep in touch with you. I will definitely send you afterwards an email about I will make the Facebook group so you can join if you want, and just follow up, and feel always free to contact me, like either on email or like Facebook or somewhere, in case you just want to chat about these issues, or maybe you have an idea you want to figure out how to do that, or something like that. So I'm always open to that. And all the many thanks goes to Embassy of Canada, because it wouldn't be possible without them. They are big supporters to our work here, and I'm grateful for that. And I hope that we will continue in future as well. And of course to White Ribbon and you, Umberto. It is really impressive and nice to have a contact with such a well-known name and well-known organization who has long established traditions for doing this. And we have been doing some of these, even some of the tasks and exercises and things you were telling us today, they were not maybe so new for me, but it was nice for me to reassure myself that yes, we have been doing it right, And we know that these ways how we approach these things are similar to yours as well. So thank you for that. And there is a comment in the chat. Oh, about presentation. Will you share the presentations? That's the question to you, Umberto, I guess.
Yeah, I will. So I will send a PDF of the PowerPoint presentation so you can have it. And you can also, Madara, use to train subsequent participants in this initiative. And yeah, so thank you for all of that. And I hope to see you all again soon, and keep up the great work. This is important, and but it's needed. So I know again that you're part of a very large global community of men and boys doing this work, of women, people of all genders and backgrounds, working together to promote gender equality. You're not alone, and welcome again to this amazing global community of practitioners and allies.
Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you, and have a rest. Have a good evening, because yeah, you still need to have a rest after these long 2 days. Take care of yourselves. That's the first thing you have to do. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.